Hello, and welcome back to day two of the Denver Democracy Summit. I'm Fritz Mayer, Dean of the Korbel School of International Studies at the University of Denver, and we're excited to be bringing you this program yesterday and today on what is a most important and timely topic. The Denver Democracy Summit is really part of a deep commitment we have here at the Korbel School to advancing effective and inclusive democratic governance at home and abroad. And we've been just so delighted to be able to sponsor these events and host these events for the last 4 years now. This is our fourth annual summit. For those of you who weren't with us yesterday, we had a remarkable day of thoughtful and really often profound commentary on the state of democracy around the world, media disinformation, the war in Ukraine, and other forms of Russian anti-democratic aggression, challenges to democracy in Latin America, the relationship between migration and democracy, and more. It was a rich and fascinating day, perhaps a little daunting at times. But we've always tried to look for bright spots and focus on the things that can be done to strengthen democracy. And to help with that, I'm pleased to bring back Gabe Lerner, publisher of Democracy Notes, a newsletter for funders and practitioners that helps them stay up to speed on U.S. democracy. Gabe served ably yesterday as our MC, and delighted to have you back. And I know important role you play is to help us keep from being too daunted by what we're hearing along the way.
Well,
Gabe, delighted to have you back, and thanks for your work yesterday, and looking forward to working with you again today.
glad to be here. I'll do my best on keeping things as bright as possible. Unfortunately, the dynamic moderator duo of myself and Lilia Dashevsky is no more. Lilia had to step away for family reasons, but we will do our best in her absence. You can think of it as, peanut butter and jelly is retired, but we have salt and pepper here.
Right. Well, I guess I'm the pepper or the salt. I don't know, with gray hair. I know one thing for sure. I'm increasing the average age of our MCs considerably. I look forward to talking with you along the way as we go through the day.
Absolutely, absolutely. Um, well, Fritz, what are you looking forward to today?
Well, I think it's going to be an exciting day. Yesterday was very much a kind of big picture, starting really global, the state of democracy around the world, a lot of international focus. Today, we're moving closer to home, starting with the conversation I'll have shortly with George Packer, American journalist and commentator on American politics. I'm really looking forward to that conversation. And then actually quite a bit of focus here on things happening on the ground here in Colorado. And in a way, also, we're moving from diagnosis of the problem to focus on some of the things that are happening on the ground, some of the things that leaders are doing to really strengthen democracy, often at a local level.
That's great. I'm looking forward to zooming in on Colorado from the international scene yesterday, conversations about misinformation, disinformation that had me on the brink of deleting all of the social media apps from my phone. And I am curious to see what solutions folks have come up with on the ground here in Denver. Um, Yesterday, one thing that stood out to me was the relationship between domestic politics and international politics. Not to get too nerdy here right at the opening, but Fritz, I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on that. I mean, to me, Ukraine is a prime example, but there were many that came up.
Oh, well, don't get me started. I actually wrote my doctoral dissertation on this. I don't know if you knew that.
Yeah,
The
a leading
relationship
question, a
between
leading question.
democracy. Yeah, but in some ways, even as we were talking about what's happening internationally, the elephant in the room was U.S. politics. So domestic politics in the U.S. have profound implications for what happens in the world, and we're seeing that clearly with the Trump administration as it comes in, and really in an extraordinary way, shifting gears, turning. I mean, this is as dramatic a first week of a presidency, as I can remember, certainly in my lifetime, the pace with which things are happening and the extent to which things are changing in the U.S. And all of that has incredible implications. Later today, we'll talk about the climate and democracy connection. And just to pick one area, and clearly, we've already, Trump has announced we've withdrawn again from the Paris Accords. The word now is drill, baby, drill. We'll push back at efforts to electrify vehicles, et cetera, et cetera. So dramatic shift, really driven by domestic politics, but with profound implications internationally.
So, Fritz, I know it's never easy to talk through a dissertation in however many seconds before our
Oh,
next
no,
event.
dear.
But what's the gist of your dissertation?
Well, the essence of it was about international negotiations and the extent to which all international negotiations are two-level negotiations. There's a negotiation across the table, as it were, between nations, among nations, but there's also intense negotiation internally as to what position should be taken in international affairs. And that challenge of managing the boundary between the domestic and the international was the heart of the dissertation, and it became known as two-level games, and is kind of a wide array of literature now on that topic. But it is very much the case that historically in political science there was kind of people who studied domestic politics or comparative politics, which was comparative domestic politics, and people who study international relations. And this was an attempt to put the two together, very much focused on negotiation, which I think is the kind of central dynamic of politics. But that's there. You don't want me to go any further than that. I have.
No, no, but I will say I am a bit starstruck here. I wrote my master's thesis on two-level games in authoritarian regimes, so something
Oh,
for us
well,
to talk about later.
there we go. Well, that's awesome. I had a funny experience. I was working for Bill Bradley, the former U.S. Senator, and it was my job working for him by happenstance to help manage the politics of NAFTA, which was very much an example of this. As it happened, I just published a very obscure academic piece in a journal called International Organization with lots of graphs and technical stuff in it. And I remember coming into the office and showing it to my colleagues, and they all kind of laughed at it. But in fact, it was very useful to be able to think simultaneously about the domestic politics and the way in which that interacted with the international as we tried to complete the deal and move it through the Congress.
That's fascinating. Well, we could nerd out on this for the entire day, but that's not what
We
people signed
could.
up for. We have our first uh, keynote discussion. I will hop off and leave you, Fritz, to talk with George Packer, staff writer at The Atlantic, about polarization of America and how our democracy might rise to the occasion.
That's great. Well, I'm looking forward to that conversation very much. Thanks. Thanks, Gabe. Well, it's been quite a week. It's only Monday of this week, 4 days ago, that President Trump was inaugurated. And I don't know in my lifetime as I've ever seen such a transition from the speech that he gave at the inauguration to the dizzying array of executive orders to appointments, just to name a few things, ending birthright citizenship or adding military to the border, uh, drill, baby, drill, withdrawal from climate accords, from the Paris climate accords, pardoning virtually all of the participants in the January 6th insurrection at the U.S. Capitol. And maybe most significantly, and although it's hard to rank these things, a really across the board effort to undo much of the what he would call the deep state, freezing communications at the National Institute of Health, asking the national security staff to stay home, and on and on and on. So it's an extraordinary time. I am so pleased to be joined this morning by George Packer. I can't think of anyone better to talk about these issues with than George. George is one of America's leading journalists and commentators, a staff writer, as Gabe said, at The Atlantic, an author of multiple award-winning books, The Assassin's Gate, America and Iraq. George, I used that in my class years ago. The Unwinding and Inner History of New America, Our Man, Richard Holbrooke, and the End of the American Century, and most recently, Last Best Hope, America in Crisis and Renewal. George, thanks so much for joining us today. It's great to have you as part of the Denver Democracy Summit.
It's really my pleasure, Fritz. Thank you for inviting me.
We're going to talk about this week, and I'd love to get your reactions. I'm sure you've been following it intently. But first, I wanted to draw you out on the article you published last month in The Atlantic, The End of Democratic Delusions, the Trump Reaction, and What Comes Next, which to my mind was a remarkably cogent analysis of where we are as a country. And it stands up well even this week as a kind of prediction of what's going to happen. You locate this moment in a succession of eras of American history: the Roosevelt Republic from the 30s to the 70s, the Reagan era, more libertarian and free market. A little unclear what happens after 2008. I think that's sort of the turning point in your analysis. But you're right, the 2024 election has shown that the dominant political figure of this period is Donald Trump, who by the end of his second term will have loomed over American life for as long as Franklin Delano Roosevelt's dozen years as president, which is hard to imagine. We are living in the Trump reaction. And by the standard of its predecessors, we're still at the beginning. Why do you see this as a new era? And how profound and deep is this shift?
Well, I was thinking about what Trump represents in this sweep of American political history, let's say going back 80 or 100 years. And when you think of the dominant political themes and ideas, there was a Roosevelt Republic, which essentially created a safety net, a social welfare state, a sense of civic equality, and a widening circle of rights for more and more groups of Americans who had been shut out of the fullness of American democracy. That didn't necessarily happen under Roosevelt, but it certainly happened under Johnson in the 60s and has been happening in the last few decades. I think of that period as ending in the 70s, and there's always an interregnum. You asked, what about, what happened after 2008? Well, there was a kind of interregnum where it wasn't clear, did Barack Obama represent something new? Was it the death knell of Reaganism? Well, not really. I think that the Reagan Revolution continued in a sense. The basic terms of it, which were free markets, limited government, tax cuts and deregulation. Democrats behaved a bit differently than Republicans when they were in office, but the basic parameters were set by Reagan and continued, I think, for about 40 years. And Trump famously upended that Republican Party and that politics. And even though he's got a bunch of libertarian billionaires at his elbow right now, I think what made and makes Trump rather revolutionary is not a return to tax cuts and deregulation, which we will see. The old Republican mantra is still alive. But what gives him his energy, and I think his popular support, is a rejection of the deal that has prevailed over the last few decades, which was essentially, if you allow the elites in power, in business and politics, to set policies that widen American opportunities and that connect us to the rest of the world and that essentially allow for greater globalization, for greater interconnectedness in information, in capital, in labor, in immigration. It will benefit everyone. And Trump says, no, it's been screwing us and we're going to end it. And everything he's done in the past week has in one way or another reflected that idea, which he came in with in 2017. He just didn't know how to get it done. But the fact that he has come back after all we've lived through, especially January 6th, which is now being airbrushed out of history, and has come back with a popular majority of 1.5%, not a landslide, but a win, a real win, tells me that the country is open to this new rejection of what you might call neoliberalism or whatever phrase you want to use for the period from 1980 to 2016. And it seems to me the best word I could come up with was reaction, because it is not a progressive movement. It's not a conservative movement. It's a look back at a period when we did not, we were not open to immigrants, when women and minorities were not rising through American life to positions of power, and when the definition of what it meant to be an American was rather narrow. And that is really the fundamental idea that I think Trump has brought back is what does it mean to be an American? In Trump's America, it doesn't mean what it meant throughout my adult life and back to my childhood.
Say a bit more about the what is animating the reaction. You say many people didn't buy the deal. That was at least implicit in American life. But what are the other, what do you think is really driving it? I know you've done quite a bit of reporting on the ground, talking to people who somehow the Democrats missed in understanding. So what was really motivating this reaction? Could you say a bit more about that?
After 2016, Fritz, the Democratic Party embraced a theory of why Hillary Clinton lost the Electoral College. And it came down to race. Trump tapped into an ugly undercurrent, and in some ways, a surface feeling of racism, of bigotry, of prejudice against outgroups, including women who are half the population, but an outgroup in the sense that they have been historically kept out of power. And so it became a kind of culture war. And the next 4 years, the highlights of the politics were Charlottesville and moments when it seemed, that Trump was emphasizing that ugly side that got him elected. I was always skeptical. I always felt this is too narrow, it's too simple, because it ignored the fact that the white vote itself was increasingly divided between those with a college degree and those without. If you just looked at each presidential and midterm election following 2016, that divide grew greater and greater, with the Democratic Party claiming the college-educated white vote, which was becoming more and more progressive, and Trump and the Republicans claiming the non-college vote, including in 2020 and 2022, the Latino non-college vote. And in 2024, it all sort of came out into the open. Oh, this is not a completely racially driven and racially divided politics. Trump seems to appeal to a broad multiracial, not completely, across the board, but multiracial electorate that tends to be less educated, that tends to be less likely to read a newspaper, to be honest, badly informed about politics, but attracted to something that Trump is offering, which cannot be simply racism. I was standing in a giant crowd outside Madison Square Garden right before the election, trying to get into Trump's big New York City rally. And there were too many people, I couldn't get in. But for 3 hours, I was standing on West 33rd Street, just absolutely jammed with people. The guys around me were Trinidadians from the Flatbush neighborhood of Brooklyn, which is not far from where I live, and which is absolutely an immigrant and black neighborhood. And these guys were telling me, yeah, we're not alone in Flatbush. They're decked out in MAGA regalia. They said, no, there are a lot of guys like us, but they just don't want to put on the MAGA wear. Well, I said, well, why? What is driving it? Prices, respect for America in the world, the fact that we're involved in all these wars as they saw it, even though American troops are not fighting in any of them, um, the border, things that are kind of the standard Republican policy talking points today. But those talking points seem to have drawn these Trinidadians from Flatbush. And I thought, it wasn't just that they were there, the enthusiasm was incredible. And I thought, not for the first time, yep, he's going to win. And it should have been, and it should be a kind of alarm bell for Democrats who, for years, imagined that if we just waited out the demographic changes in the country, the Democratic Party would be the majority party for years to come.
Was fascinated with your observation about democracy on the ballot. So the Democrats, one of the sort of Biden mantras, at least, was that democracy is on the ballot, and that as if it was obvious that to everyone that Trump was a threat to democracy, and that people would, that would be an effective political slogan. But in fact, Trump voters thought they were voting to save democracy. You wrote, asked by pollsters if they're concerned about the state of democracy. These voters answer yes, not because they fear its demise, but because it has already failed them. They don't think Trump will destroy democracy; he'll restore it to the people. There are lots of questions one could ask about that, but one is, why was there such a misread of how the public thought about democracy?
Well, look, don't get me wrong. I think Trump is a threat to democracy, and it's happening every hour right now as he retakes power. Everything happening this week, and we can maybe talk about it in a bit, is about presidential power and personal power, because it's based on loyalty to Trump, not to his agenda alone, but loyalty to Trump. And so pardoning the January 6th insurrectionists, to me, is one of the great scandals of American history. They tried to overthrow democracy, and now their records will be clean. Why? Because they were loyal to Trump. That personalizes the rule of law. It's a great threat to democracy. Now, why is it that when The Atlantic ran article after article after article making this case, it didn't seem to move Trump voters? Well, maybe they weren't reading us. Maybe they're tired of hearing it. Maybe they themselves don't think democracy works. And when liberal elites and educated people say, oh, we need to have rule of law, we need to have a constitutional system, we need to have separation of powers and checks and balances, all those things may sound like lofty ideas that have nothing to do with the fact that for years, our democratic system seems to have left them on their own, without support, without much of a future, without an economic future, their children without one. So what exactly are we protecting and defending here? Maybe they don't think the America of the elites that is so precious to us or to them is worth defending because it hasn't served them. And instead, here comes Trump saying, we're throwing them out. There's two groups that are your enemy. One are insiders, the elites, the other are outsiders, the immigrants who are invading our country. We're going to get rid of both of them. They are the ones who are destroying America, and I will restore it to you directly, not through institutions, not through representative government, but directly as your voice. That's what populism comes down to. When the leader, the strong man, claims to speak directly for the people without any intermediate institutions. And that's what Trump does. And it seems like a lot of Americans don't care about those institutions, or don't think they work very well, or don't think they are worth preserving. And that's distressing, because I think they're incredibly important. But I also think you can't deny that democracy and capitalism have worked a lot better for, say, the top 15% of Americans than for the bottom 85% in the last 40 or 50 years.
Well, we're already talking about it, but talk about this week. I mean, I guess there are many things that could be said. So many things we don't have time to talk about them all. But how far will this go? I mean, what you're seeing is extraordinary, dizzying array of
Yeah.
actions. It turns out Project 2025 was real. There was a plan.
Even though Trump hadn't heard of it, it seems to have been the blueprint for his first week in office. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just react to this week. And put it in some kind of
Yeah.
context if you can.
I mean, it calls to mind a little bit FDR's 100 Days, the incredible blizzard of new agencies and new policies that he brought in that had no precedent in American history. The New Deal really was a revolution. In this case, a lot of it is undoing things such as DEI policies across the federal government, such as American involvement in international organizations like and treaties like Paris, like the World Health Organization, which we've withdrawn from. Um, Look, I would not be surprised to see us withdraw from NATO. I don't think there's much percentage in underestimating Trump at this point. I take him at his word. I assume that when he says something, I take it both seriously and literally. And he has people around him who are hardcore ideologues and very smart and very determined. And right now, Fritz, there's a level of hubris and gloating. And this is driven, I'd say, maybe 50% by a desire to rub our faces in it, and 50% by a belief that the policies are best for America. Don't underestimate Schadenfreude and gloating as a motive here, but that can get a lot done. I mean, it energizes his circle. I don't think Trump's going to be running it, but he has sent the message through these executive orders. This is the direction I want the government to go in. And it's essentially going to be a government of one man with everyone loyal to him, responsible to him. Anyone who shows a sign of independent thinking or dissidence is going to be out. They're already putting in place orders that will first encourage and then force government workers to snitch on their colleagues if they don't seem to be moving smartly enough in carrying out these executive orders. So it is a display of power, personal power. With Reagan, when he came in, it felt like an ideological power. With Roosevelt, it felt like administrative power and ideological. With Trump, it's personal power, and everything will come down to whether Trump thinks he's being treated right, being treated loyally, and whether it's good for him. And that goes for foreign policy as well as domestic. So I guess I don't know. I haven't read your dissertation, but maybe that will change something about the two-level game. It seems like the two-level game is Trump at both levels. And I agree with you. We have not seen anything like it in our lifetime because we haven't seen democratic guardrails, norms, values so utterly disregarded and trashed openly, joyously by the democratically elected leader of the country. This is exactly, to me, what we've seen in so many countries around the world where an illiberal democratic leader with a direct line to the people destroys a democratic culture. And absolutely, it can happen here.
Um, in the first Trump administration, it was often said there were guardrails, people around him who were the quote adults in the room, et cetera, et cetera. Those don't seem to be in place now. But you do, in your article, say that the Trump reaction is fragile. It's not inevitable that this that we stay, I suppose, in the Trump reaction era, that he would overreach, et cetera. Um, but that it's not self-correcting, as it were. At least
No.
that's my reading of it. And you say, the Democratic Party finds itself on the wrong side of a historic swing towards right-wing populism, and tactical repositioning won't help. So, in the brief time we have left,
Yeah.
and this is a hard question, but what is the repositioning that needs to happen if there are to be effective countervailing forces to what you just described?
I can lay out an amateur's sort of political program that I think might be more popular than the one that has been that the public associates, let's say, with the Democratic Party. And it's essentially to mute the big divisive cultural issues, not to give in on matters of value, like should we be terrorizing and tearing apart families, mixed status families? Should we be sending, should we be locking out sexual minorities, people of different lifestyles, people who, LGBTQ people who are being kicked out of the military? Absolutely not. Those are value issues that have to be held firm. But do we need to make cultural issues the leading edge of the Democratic Party's uh, vision of the country? I think it's a mistake. To me, a broad agenda that seems to benefit the largest number of ordinary people, not activists, not donors who have so much power in the party right now, but ordinary people, and give them a voice and even put them forward as representatives of the party, as members of Congress, candidates for high office. I think that would be the right start. But even as I say all this, Fritz, I have this sort of skeptical attitude toward myself because I think that the connection between policy and politics is very loose these days. And the connection between information and voting is very loose. And what I mean by that is we no longer live in a world where a political figure can present an agenda and expect it to be known to the public and expect the public to decide on it. Because instead, the public is drowning in information from all sources, all of it in this little device in their pocket. Um, and the overwhelming desire is just to have it sort of all means something. And what does it mean? Well, usually it means the thing that you want it to mean in that moment. So you'll find the podcaster, you'll find the social media account, you'll find the influencer, you'll follow the political figure who says what kind of feels like it's right to you at that moment. And it's not going to have a whole lot to do with a policy agenda. So I'm talking kind of like an old-fashioned political thinker right now, but I don't think we're in that world anymore. And Trump understood that far,
Yeah.
far better than his opposition.
Well, so-
I'm not saying the Democratic Party needs their own Joe Rogan. I think that's a kind of false idea about who Joe Rogan is and how he got there. But certainly, to imagine that a set of positions repeated infinitely with a lot of ad money behind it is the way to get elected is no longer, that's not the game we're in anymore.
yeah. I could talk to you all day about this, and we share a lot of the same views and same concerns. Let me just ask you very quickly in about 30 seconds here,
Yeah.
but you're a journalist. Um, what does this mean to you in terms of your profession and how you spend your time and energy?
I think there's a phrase from the poet Keats called negative capability, which means you know that what you do may not matter, and yet you still have to do it. And you have to do it as well as you can. And what I mean by that is what should we be doing now? Accountability. We should be holding power accountable, whether it's economic power, political power. Right now, that power is around Trump. We should be holding it accountable. Will it matter? Will people read it? Will they believe it? Will they discount it? I don't know. I can't control that. We still have to do it and do it as well as we can and stop spending our time on Twitter X, which is a dead end for journalists. I've avoided it throughout my career, and at times I've regretted that, but at this point, I'm kind of relieved.
Well, George, thank you so much for being with us today and sharing your thoughts. Really appreciate it, and uh, we'll look forward to your next article in the Atlantic.
Thank you so much for having me, Fritz. I enjoyed our conversation.
That was a fascinating conversation. What came up for me listening to Fritz and George, I think a lot of this is about how democracy feels. Do people feel a sense of agency? Do people feel a sense of belonging? And I'm not sure. It's certainly not policy. It might be vibes from a candidate. Uh, but I wonder if the answer, as a bit of a segue to our next discussion and the rest of the day, but is more at the local level, how it feels to be in a democracy in your local community. I mean, where do you feel seen and heard in government? Are you able to go to a city council meeting and feel like it works and feel like you're heard? And, journalism, do journalists reach out to you in particular? And what that looks like to me is local news that's representative of, rural communities, people of color, people who are maybe not the white guys in suits going to democracy summits, all that good stuff. Um, but Fritz, what came up for you in that conversation? What's top of mind?
Well, I think I think that's right. I mean, if you think about, you know, what we know about national politics, none of us, even I spend a lot of time. I've spent time in the government, but I don't actually know what's going on. It's all mediated. It's all
Mm.
and most people spend a great deal less time than I do, or that you do, following the news, trying to understand the science of climate change, or all of these issues, very, very complicated. And so this gets to a fundamental question of how people form beliefs, and about something as abstract as the state of America. Trump painted in his inaugural address a really dystopian view of where we are. And most of us think that's just not true. And I don't think it's what people probably fully experience in their own lives, although I don't want to discount the cost of eggs or the
Mhm.
sense of lost opportunity, et cetera. Those things are real. But nonetheless, it's almost the politics we imagine, not the politics that is. And so, I think that's really true, and that's particularly true in the Ukraine war. None, I mean, aside from American, I mean, who actually has experienced this in this country? It's all an abstraction. Whereas at the local level, at least it's still possible to show up in person, maybe know the person who's talking, be talking about something you've actually experienced. You've had children in the local schools, or the streets are not clean. I mean, these are tangible things that we kind of experience, and so I think there's uh, there's something to that possibility. If you think back in American history, Alexis de Tocqueville commented on the character of American life was really about local politics,
Mhm.
about the small. He romanticized it probably in a lot of ways, but nonetheless, still there's a kind of democracy and engagement that's possible on smaller scales. It's very difficult to replicate at national scales.
And mayors are more trusted than leaders at other levels of government. And this is a good tee up to our next panel. Colorado mayors on the front lines. So I'll turn things over now to Heidi Williams, Executive Director of the Metro Mayors Caucus, who will moderate this discussion.
Well, good morning. My name is Heidi Williams. I am the CEO and president of Civic Results and the Metro Mayors Caucus. I have three wonderful mayors here from different size cities and towns. And we're going to be talking about democracy kind of on the front lines at local government. And I'd like to have the mayors introduce themselves, and then we'll start into some questions. So Mayor Coleman, do you want to go first?
Sure. My name is Jan Coleman. I'm the mayor for the city of Thornton, Colorado. We are the sixth largest city in Colorado, about 154,000 residents, located just a little bit north of Denver. Really excited to be here and happy to be on the panel today.
Thank you. Mayor Gibson.
Thanks, Heidi. Appreciate you for doing this. My name is Mayor Tyler Gibson. I'm from the town of Springfield, Colorado. And for those of you who probably don't know where that is in the far southeast corner of Colorado, closer to Oklahoma and Kansas than we are to Denver. We have about 1,300 residents, and we're a quaint little town.
Thanks. Mayor Lighty.
Mayor Meredith Leidy from the city of North Glen. We are also a northern suburb of Denver. We have about 39,000 residents, and yeah, happy to be here.
Wonderful. Thanks, mayors. So, and I used to be a mayor too. I was the mayor before Jan was in Thornton. And so have definitely been on the front lines of this as well, but very glad that my colleagues here are the ones doing it because it's a lot of work. Mayors in Colorado mostly have a full-time other job and are balancing their city council and mayor duties with their other jobs. And so and most of their constituents don't know that, right? And so that's just a little tee up for people who don't understand the way the mayor system works in Colorado. So we're gonna just kind of talk about trust building. Any of you can jump in. If nobody jumps in, I'll call on you. But how are you fostering trust within your community, particularly in light of the growing polarization at the national level? And can you share some specific examples of successful initiatives that you've had in your municipality?
I mean, I'm happy to jump in. I think it's a really great question, but it may also not be something that we answer right away. We're trying different strategies. It is, I've had many residents reach out via email, calls, text messages, asking us what we're doing. What are the policy changes we're making to make sure that our residents feel included and welcome. In 2020, we stood up a diversity board, and it's not going away. It's called our DICE board, Diversity, Inclusion, and Social Equity. And the work that we do changes, and it's definitely designed to meet the changing tides, but also the vast diversity that we have in our city. So it's not just simply one issue or another. Our DICE board is advisory to council, and I just met with the chair of the DICE board this week to talk about, the current state of things and what action steps might happen. And actually, our first action step is going to be for the DICE board to meet with council in a study session so that we can put our heads together.
Wonderful. Other thoughts?
Yeah, I'm happy to jump in as well. Thornton actually has a pretty diverse community as well. 30% of our residents are Hispanic. So we have actually been dealing with this for years, trying to figure out ways to make sure that all of our residents feel included. Every time we have a new project, we partner with local leaders in the area to make sure that all voices are heard. And recently we partnered with Cultivando, one of the groups that works specifically with Hispanics, to make sure that that particular voice, especially those that don't feel comfortable coming out in public, have a voice at the table whenever we're doing development or we're looking at new projects across the city.
How about you, Mayor Gibson?
So in Springfield, we're a little different. We're, everybody knows where I live. They don't hesitate to stop by my house if they have an issue. They stop by my personal office if they need to talk to me about something. And that's something I've really tried to embrace and not, push people away from doing. I really enjoy talking to people, and I like building that camaraderie with everybody. And I'm a third generation Springfield person, and my family has known about everybody's family since 1908. So there's a lot of history here, and I'd like to think that because of that, I've been able to build trust with our community.
I love that. I used to say it was kind of nice being in bigger city. Thornton's the sixth, almost fifth largest in the state. And so, we could go to Walmart or go get gas and probably nobody would recognize you, right? Like sometimes I still get recognized. I know Jan does as well, but in a small town, even, and Northland's not a small town, but you're smaller. Like people do know who the mayor is, and they will stop you at the store or wherever. And so really applaud you, Mayor Gibson, for being able to withstand that and be able to handle that, because it can get to be a lot when you're out in the public and you just really want to have your own time and space. And so really appreciate you all for that. I think we kind of covered my second question as well around inclusive community engagement. So I'm just going to skip to the next one. And I know that you all have probably dealt with this. How do you approach facilitating dialogue and collaboration between residents with deeply opposing views? And I'll kind of expand on that question. With even if their views are different than yours, right? And I know Mayor Coleman and Mayor Leidy have dealt with this a lot, like having people come to the dais so upset with something that you're doing or that's being proposed. How are you kind of facilitating those conversations and dealing with that?
Well, I'm happy to jump in again because, as you shared, it is a common thing. And sometimes it's actually among council, right? And so my job as sort of the leader of the council is to make sure that we have a cohesive team where all voices are heard. I mean, sometimes I have to have private conversations outside of a council meeting to encourage council members to speak up, because if they feel like their voice doesn't have value, they will just sit very quietly. And we really want that diverse thought, those diverse opinions that helps us make better decisions. And so sometimes I need to actually have those private conversations with council to either encourage them to speak more or encourage them to share the space, share the airtime, because we want to make sure that everyone's heard. Now, we do have residents that also will come and speak at public comment. They reach out, they email, they communicate. And I think my struggle is, and I know it's very different from the Thornton struggle, is that we want more voices. And so I've been doing a lot of things to engage the community, changing my strategy for like a mayor's coffee or a mayor's mingle event or award meetings. We're talking right now about changing those strategies so that we can be more inclusive and have more voice. And at the meeting, it's not just disseminating information or letting my police chief talk about safety, which seems to be every meeting, but it's really to say, tell me what you need, tell me what's happening in your neighborhood. But we have to draw those out and we have to create space for that.
Yeah, I think even in Thornton, we have the same group of people that come every time, but it's not necessarily diverse voices of what's happening. So a lot of time, the only time they show up is when they're angry. And it could be because they don't like a development that's coming in, or they don't like a project that's being proposed, or they don't understand something that came out and they've reached their own conclusions. And so the bigger struggle is making sure that that information is shared beyond just the 10 or 12 people that are really engaged, to make sure you get voices from the entire community. We have 154,000 residents, and the same 10 are engaged at different levels, but we're missing a significant chunk of our population if we just focus on those 10. And so as representatives, we are expected to make sure that we hear everybody in the community, not just the loud voices, but the voices that want to make sure that they get the opportunity to be heard, even if they're not comfortable coming to a microphone. And so it's, at the federal level, it's become popular to yell and scream to get your voice heard, and that's translating down at the state level and the local level. And it's unfortunate, but it is reality that when people are louder, they get heard more often. And so I make sure in my role as the leader is that those quiet voices, just like Mayor Leidy mentioned, also get that same attention to make sure that we're including everyone's voice.
Mayor Gibson.
Yeah, I echo what Mayor Lighty said. We really are trying to facilitate more voices in Springfield. It's the same 8 people that come to our meetings and are on social media talking about what we're doing, which is great. I love the dialogue that we're having. Um, but I try to reach out to those who might not understand how, local government works, or who are just shy, don't want to ask the questions. And I try to pull those questions out of them. And if they're not comfortable sharing them, I'll share them at our meetings for them. And I found some success doing that. And again, back to the trust, I've kind of built some trust around doing that.
How do you deal with, your next door platforms, your Facebook platforms? How are you kind of trying to utilize those tools in a way that gets the messaging out, or are you just completely staying off of them? I know, you can't win an argument on those platforms, but are you using those platforms in a way to get more information out?
I do have a strategy that I started, especially with some of what I would probably call a troll, right? We have them in every city. Is I don't just let it sit, because my fear is if a troll is on social media saying negative things constantly, and if they're not true, it's really tricky because other residents could read them as fact. And so I choose my battles, of course, but I will comment as the mayor, and I will say, hey, I just want to let you know that these are the facts. And if you'd like to meet with me, send me an email and let's schedule a meeting. If you have questions or concerns, please reach out. And doing that strategically helps sort of quiet the noise of the negative comments that are untrue. Because we do have residents that are putting stuff all over social media that are false. Blatantly false. Some guy keeps telling people I hit him with my car, which did not ever happen. So it's just crazy. And at some point you have to say something instead of just leaving it. And then we do use our social media platforms, our cities, and my personal one. Nextdoor is tricky because it just seems to have a different culture and a different feel. But we do, Facebook, Instagram, we'll celebrate the stuff that we're doing. We'll use it to invite people to events, to make sure that we're connecting. It's just another avenue. We also started a texting platform, and then we email our newsletter out to our residents. And so those two pieces, we got a lot of good feedback because we're able to reach more people that are maybe from a younger generation.
Nice.
Well, and you make a really good point about Nextdoor. There's another challenge that goes with that. We're not just a large city in population, but we're 38 square miles. And the way Nextdoor's platform is set up, that you can only talk to your neighborhood and the neighborhoods around you. So if I were to use Nextdoor as a platform to get information out, only some people would see it. So what we've done in the city is actually create a citywide communications status on Nextdoor that can push information out. That doesn't stop the wrong information. That doesn't stop people from talking about what they're going to do, but you can always point back to what the actual information is through the regular channels. We use social media platforms like Instagram, Facebook, all of the different areas in order to get it out as much as possible. And then really it's, I'll be honest, I turned comments off on my mayor's Facebook page just because the dialogue was not valuable and it was not helpful and it just wasn't gaining us anything. So I still share information, but if they want a dialogue, I prefer phone calls and emails over social media, anything.
In Springfield, we have initiated an app that we can send push notifications out to, an app on either iOS or Android. And people have really enjoyed that, and we can send it out to social media at the same time. One tactic that I've tried is if we know a story is going to get out there that's not true, it's blatantly not true, and it's, could look bad, we try to get ahead of that story. So, for example, I had a article on Newsbreak about me that I was corrupt and I was arrested for drunk driving and all this crazy stuff that wasn't true. So I just shared it on my personal page and I said, man, my life's more exciting than I knew about. And people, they loved it, and they were reaching out to me asking what was going on. And it really helped to get ahead of the story and limit exposure, poor exposure that people might, make assumptions about.
Absolutely. I'm working on a project right now with Civic Results to we're putting a toolkit together on different types of housing. And so starter housing, in apartments or multifamily can sometimes get a bad rap and be the main topic on Nextdoor, that sort of thing. And really trying to figure out how do we get the messaging out about what this type of housing is before there's a project that's coming to you on the dais. And so I don't really have a question for you about that, but I think, the more we can get out in front of residents and explain to them what the real thing is, that it makes a huge difference, because really people just want to be heard, and they want to have knowledge, and they want to understand what's going on. And it is really easy to just listen to the people that are making the loudest noise. And so really applaud all that you're doing for social media. Let's jump into how do we strengthen civic infrastructure? So what investments or programs have you implemented to create stronger community bonds, whether through public spaces, events, or civic education?
I can jump in on this one. Thornton's actually known for our festivals and our community events. We have so many of them. And actually during COVID, it was one of the areas that we were able to keep our community engaged by making sure we had a lot of outdoor activities. We do festivals, movies in the park, concerts in the park, ice cream socials, concerts, events, just anything that we can do to bring our community together. We also use that as an opportunity to collaborate with the community. So if it's a festival, we'll have a city tent that's set up that can answer questions. Council members and I am available at any time at these events to just chat one-on-one. If there's a concern or something that's come up, we can actually connect them with a city staff member right in that moment. And that's helped quite a bit to help ease some of the concerns of projects that are coming forward. And I think, as we move forward, we're looking at bigger ways of bringing people together, whether it's a community meeting, a ward meeting, finding town halls or opportunities for us to engage more, but also to bring our community together and have a good time while we're doing it.
Hey, we do that too.
Ew.
No, it's true, actually. And before I ran for council in North Glen, I spent a lot of time at the Thornton events, because Thornton wraps around 3 sides of North Glen. So we do love to do similar activities and events, but we also try to stay unique so that residents can cross over and go to both if they want to. But we also have a lot of events, and we have a lot of ward meetings. We have, as I mentioned before, we're changing the format of some of those. And so, we have a summer event, for example, for maybe Ward 1, and they will have a concert and a food truck, and the council members will be there. And sometimes that's a good opportunity to talk to your council member one-on-one in more of a casual environment where you can bring up concerns, while you're eating a Kona ice treat, right? But we also want to have opportunities that are a little more formal so that they can ask the hard questions and we can kind of dig into some creative problem solving together. So we're balancing sort of the themes of ward meetings, and that goes for my events as well. We have a Citizens Police Academy, and that has been really well attended, and it changes the residents, their perspective of everything. It gives them a deeper understanding of how our police department works. And in our strategic plan, we haven't stood it up yet, but we are planning on doing a civic academy for citizens as well, so that they can really gain a deeper understanding of how our local government works. And so that's on the horizon. We don't have it ready. I think that's probably it for that question.
Yeah, for Springfield, we're really trying to increase our events. For several years there, we didn't hold hardly anything, and it affected our community. So we're trying to build up that rapport and build up those events to where we can really connect with our community. I was also on our school board for some time, and I've enjoyed reaching out to our students and our kids, and I go speak on, local government and what we do, and I field questions from 8-year-olds, which is great all the time, So I've enjoyed that and enjoyed seeing their reaction to what we do and the questions they have, which are smart questions.
That was one of my favorite things that I missed the most, probably, is going and interacting with the school kids. They will ask the funniest questions. Like, for me, it was like, oh my gosh, I didn't know there could be women mayors, and you're like, wait, we're in at the time, 2016, like how can you still think that, right? And so, but just being able to be an example to kids and to field their questions, it's pretty funny when they would be like, how much do you get paid? And so I'm sure you guys have gotten all that. Do you have a mansion? Like, no, we don't get paid that much and we don't have a mansion. But that is the cutest one ever. And you want to get to those kids early. I had one parent come up to me, they're like, my child yells at me all the time because I leave the water on when I brush my teeth, because I had told them, turn the water off when you brush your teeth because we have to save water in Colorado. And so it gets through to them, when you go and do that. So thank you for doing that. Let's talk a little bit about leadership in challenging times. I mean, we are in challenging times right now. And as mayors, I think you have a really unique opportunity because you are on the ground, right? You are the closest to the constituents, closer than a county commissioner, closer than a state legislator, and certainly any of our federal delegation or president. So how do you personally model the behaviors that promote trust and community unity, even when you're faced with these divisive issues?
Yeah, I think the first thing that comes to mind is communication. We have to clearly communicate, but respectfully. And I know, I mean, I'm not quite sure about Mayor Gibson, but I know Mayor Coleman and I don't always have council members that are respectful and kind on the dais. And so again, being the leader and trying to have those side conversations behind the scenes, but then continuing to model it. I mean, some council meetings are hard because those really strong opinions about really hot topics will come out. And then being able to facilitate the conversation in a healthy way. And I do lean on, my professional experience, which is I'm an elementary principal. And so, all of those leadership skills that I employ all day about, having to paraphrase conversations. And we put like the 7 norms of collaboration, we put on the dais on this little, so we can remind people, like sometimes you have to seek to understand first. And so trying to model those, I do a council retreat every year and I teach those communication skills. And then we have to practice. And our number one norm is to hold each other accountable. And that's hard. It's really hard for adults to call each other out. And we talk about, you don't have to do it publicly. You can talk to your colleague behind the scenes and say, hey, that was either a harsh statement or that took us off topic or that doesn't align with our city values. And then we go back to council protocol, which is if we all have made this decision, we're all in support of it at this time. And so there's really having to, that's a lot of work behind the scenes. And that's also work that residents don't see, right? They just come, they see the 9 of us having a conversation, but the behind the scenes and the teaching each other how to talk professionally, then that translates to how we talk to residents, right? I can have a resident come talk to me about concerns that, as you mentioned, Heidi, may not align with my personal values, but I need to seek first to understand. I need to paraphrase. I need to show empathy. I need to take the information. And it's okay to say, I don't have an answer right now, but I'll get back to you. Those are my thoughts.
In Springfield, we've been lucky. I've had the past 6 years I've been mayor, and I've had good boards every year. We really do try to model respect, like Mayor Lighty said, and respect breeds respect, I think, and our citizens have noticed. The board before I got on as mayor was not as respectful. They had some pretty tough meetings, and which kind of led into the audience getting kind of hateful and angry and upset. And we've really tried to change that narrative, and it's worked, and we've been successful, and I really have my boards to thank for that.
Great.
Well, and I know, I served as a council member before I was the mayor. And I remember when Heidi was the mayor, she told me the role of mayor is very different than the role of council member. And until you move into that role, I thought I understood, but it wasn't until I got into that seat and realized how different it was. As a council member, you can be more of the activist. You can be more of the voice and be loud and represent your constituents and say all the things that they want you to say. But the mayor's role is very different. different. Yes, you are still representing your community and you still have to make sure all voices are heard, but you're also chairing a meeting and you're also responsible for making sure that civility during the meeting is happening, whether it's coming from the public or coming from each council member. And that's a big challenge to manage different opinions that are very passionate about whatever it is that we're talking about, making sure that my voice can still be heard, but making sure my voice is also last, because I don't want to necessarily influence the outcome of the discussion. I just want to make sure that the discussion is had and that everybody's voice is heard, so we reach a consensus that is actually a consensus of the entire council. So it is a huge challenge, and I agree with Mayor Leidy too. It's a lot like elementary school sometimes.
I'd argue it's harder sometimes.
Exactly. I would say more middle school.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's, it's a challenge being the mayor, and it is lonely. And so that kind of pushes us into our last question here, which is collaborating beyond boundaries. And so polarization often transcends city borders. How are you working with neighboring cities, regional leaders, or state entities to address shared challenges and create a sense of broader community? And for Mayor Coleman and Leidy, you can brag a little bit about Metro Mayor's Caucus as well.
I'm happy to
What's up,
jump in
Mayor?
on that. The local government is one area that we're nonpartisan. That doesn't mean partisan politics doesn't come into play, but it means that our priority is our community. Streets don't care about red or blue. They care about potholes being filled. And so one of the advantages that we have with the Metro Mayor's Caucus is we work with 38 mayors across the region on problems that impact all of us together. And so it doesn't matter what our political background was. What matters is we're working together to solve problems. And actually, Mayor Leidy and I come from different political backgrounds, but we probably get along better than most mayors because our cities border each other. Decisions that we make impact each other. I've gone and testified at events in North Glen that would impact Thornton. And Mayor Leidy has given me insight on things that Thornton is doing that's impacting North Glen. We reach out to all of the cities that touch us, all the cities around us, because we never know what decisions we make are going to have unintended consequences for our neighbors.
I would agree, and those are great examples. I think we have an Adams County group of mayors, and all work, whether you work in an office setting or a school setting or a civic setting, it is about relationships, right? So we have to build relationships with our neighbors. We have to get to know each other because we know, especially at the local level, the politics doesn't change how we feel about each other as human beings. And so that's what I've been most excited about or proud of is our group, including the Metro Mayor's Caucus. We take the time to get to know each other. Now, that does not mean that things are going well all the time, right? There's problems that we need to solve, that we need to loop in our county commissioners. There's bigger problems that we have to work with downtown and our representatives, and that doesn't always go well. But what does improve that is when we have the backs of our colleagues. So I was going to use that as an example, Mayor Coleman, is we had a really tough issue in our city and a big town hall, 400 people, something that was unprecedented in North Glen, and it was a big issue. And because we're still fighting to solve it from our city standpoint, it's going to impact positively statewide. So it's really helpful for us to talk to each other, and the Metro Mayor's Caucus gives us that opportunity, but also the Colorado Municipal League. So, we have that opportunity every summer to get together as well.
Yeah, in Southeast Colorado, we are so separated, so much by distance. So we try to band together a lot on a lot of our issues, housing, economic development, and really pull together to find solutions that are equitable for all of us. And the last 6 years, we've done a great job, I think, of doing that and strengthening our relationships with the county government, which historically haven't been the best, but we've really improved that and worked well with them to achieve some accomplishments. And I just want to shout out Heidi, who reached out to me to join the Mayor's Leadership Academy. And that's really connected me with, Mayor Coleman and Mayor Leidy. along with several other mayors across the state. And that's really kind of bridged that gap between, the 4-hour drive between us and Denver. And I just appreciate Heidi for doing that.
Thank you. Yeah, when I was mayor, I always felt like there was just this disconnect between us urban folks and our rural partners. And I grew up in Brighton, which is kind of both. It's kind of rural and urban. And so I always really wanted to really know what are my partners around the state doing, talking about, thinking about, when marijuana became an issue. A lot of the rural communities actually embraced that because it was a way for them to get revenue that in the bigger cities, we didn't necessarily have as big of a need for the revenue, right? And so it was always really interesting to go to the Colorado Municipal League Conference and hear what the other mayors were doing. And so when I started this Mayor's Leadership Academy, it really, I think the outcome was, yes, building leadership skills, building, education into it, but it's really about the relationships. And we've also started doing some events, inviting our state legislators and our county commissioners to listening sessions and cocktail hour, just so that we can start building those relationships. Because I think that when there is a hard issue, especially at the local level, we want to be able to have those relationships and those friendships so that we can start bridging those gaps that we've had really in the last decade, worse, since COVID, but really just started building those relationships up again. So, well, thank you, mayors. This has been a really great panel. Is there anything else you want to leave us with just based on democracy at the local level?
I'll throw in one plug, actually. From a mental health perspective, Heidi, you mentioned being a mayor is very lonely. And it's very true because we have to play a lot of different roles. We wear a lot of different hats, and we don't always get to say everything that we're really thinking because our job is making sure others get heard first. And so having the relationships across the Metro Mayor's Caucus, across the Colorado Municipal League, even the Mayor's Leadership Academy that you put together has been critical for us to lean on each other and support each other in order to make sure that we're not alone in all the work that we're doing.
Yeah, that's a great final statement. I think I was also thinking this is truly a job of public service, and we're here to support our residents. And the more opportunities we have to talk to them and hear from them, because we all have our own lived experience, and it's really important for us to tap into those that we're serving and to find out what is their lived experience, how can we support them, what are the city services and policies that will make their lives better. And that's, I think we're really fortunate that we get to do this work.
Ditto.
Ditto. Awesome. Great panel. Mayors, thank you so much for being here today and being willing to give us so much of your precious time. And just hope you have a great day, and hopefully our audience learned a little bit about local government today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Heidi.
Well, Fritz, of course, I love all of our panels equally, but that was a particularly fun one. I really enjoyed that.
So did I. I mean, first of all, it's just inspirational. They're not getting paid for this. The amount of time it takes, and the just obvious commitment to their communities to trying to make things better. It is pretty inspirational, actually.
I couldn't agree more. A couple things that stood out to me: civic infrastructure, like this stuff, engaging with government, bringing people together in communities, doesn't have to be boring. It can be fun. It can be a festival. It can be movies in the park, concerts in the park, ice cream socials. And, going back to our conversation before this past panel, that's a really different feeling of democracy and a really different feeling of community.
Really is. I mean, I was so struck by the language, engaging with the community, finding ways to connect, building relationships, bringing the community together. And as you said, the mechanisms for doing that were various, having coffee, being available, town council meetings, I mean, a host of things, but also events. Just and making it fun for people to be together. But it goes back to this what you can do at a local level or face to face,
Mhm.
and several of them comment on, they have hard conversations, sometimes one-on-one, sometimes in a council hearing kind of setting. But face to face makes a big difference. And a lot of work gets done behind the scenes and in sort of those kind of very, personal connections, which you can do at a local level on a scale that, is much smaller than the global issues we've been talking about, the national issues. So that really struck me.
I couldn't agree more. It was also interesting to hear them talk about the tricky culture on Nextdoor, which is for folks who are uninitiated, an app that helps people connect in their neighborhoods. But to me, that reinforced just how important, the cultures of online spaces are too, the importance of moderators in these online settings. I mean, there are really different environments that I spend time in online, and Nextdoor for me is, sometimes not the best. Um, but we have an awesome panel coming up. We are hearing about the Climate Democracy Nexus, and so we'll shift things over now to our moderator, Professor Nazneen Barma.
Greetings, everybody. I'm Naz Barma. I'm the Scrivener Professor of Public Policy here at the Joseph Korbel School of International Studies, where I'm also the Associate Dean. I'm thrilled to be here today to present a special installment of Denver Dialogues. Denver Dialogues is our partnership between the Joseph Korbel School of International Studies and 4 national think tanks. The goal of the initiative is to model evidence-based constructive disagreement on contemporary policy issues. This kind of civil discourse is an integral part of our work at the Korbel School and the Scrivener Institute of Public Policy on democracy and public policy. And I'm delighted to be joined today by 3 experts representing our partners, or 3 of our partners, I should say. We have here with us today Van Newkirk, who is senior editor at The Atlantic and a fellow with New America's Political Reform Program. Great to see you, Van. We have also with us Laura Shifter, who is senior fellow at the Aspen Institute's Energy and Environment Program. And as you'll hear shortly, manages the Planet Ed initiative at the Aspen Institute. And last but certainly not least, Roger Pielke, who is a senior fellow at AEI, who focuses on climate and energy policy. Usually my co-moderator for the Denver Dialogues is Dean Fritz Mayer, who is clearly busy enough today. He's listening on the back end, and he will be wrapping up the presentation with a few thoughts of his own. So it's the 4 of us here today. I'm delighted to be here with you all. Thanks again for joining us. I'm going to get right into it if that's okay. And as obviously the focus of the Democracy Summit is about democratic decline and democratic resilience. And one of the things that we have featured over the last few summits that we've done is the intimate relationship between climate change and democracy. And so I'd like to start, and Van, I'm going to start with you, with asking how climate change and democratic decline or resiliency interact with each other. And I'm going to prompt you by asking you to tell us a little bit about a piece that you wrote back in 2018, foreshadowing, shall we say, how climate change was already damaging American democracy. And so perhaps you can tell us a little bit about the argument that you made and how you've seen it play out since then.
Okay. Well, in 2018, I wrote that story. I was taking a look at some data that was coming out that was showing that climate events, disasters, extreme heat, extreme cold, they were actually disrupting some of the sort of basic local levers of democratic governance. So one of the things I mentioned there was in 2016, for example, Hurricane Matthew, actually right before the election, came and disrupted Eastern North Carolina. and made it so likely people were not able to get to the polls. So that's just a really practical way that, a very concrete and understandable way. We saw something similar actually with Helene in Western North Carolina in 24. These disasters that are affected by our global climate, these big shifts, they can disrupt our administering of elections. But also, climate change as a stressor, as a societal stressor, as a thing that creates more strife, more conflict, that creates more movement of people, it naturally is going to stress our governing institutions. So that's what the piece was about. Sadly, I think a lot of the things there are bearing out. But yeah.
Dan, let me just quickly follow up on that. Do you see that playing out sort of, I know you're focused on American politics and American political reform. Do you see that playing out globally as well in terms of patterns that we might witness in terms of the world's reaction to climate change and kind of democratic patterns as well?
Oh, certainly. One of the biggest things right now, I mean, it is in the context of America, but it's also global. The fact that are seeing an influx of migrants coming through the Darien Gap. And these are not migrants, all migrants who are coming from South America. We have a lot of folks coming from Asia, from South Asia, and a lot of people who are moving because they were working farm jobs that now no longer exist, or because of drought and famine and floods. So, if human history shows that human movement is the single biggest indicator of conflict, and we are having widespread, the beginnings of widespread human movement now because of climate change.
Thank you. Thank you. And Laura, let me ask you to sort of reflect on the same question about this nexus between democracy and climate change, which is, of course, the title of our panel today, with perspective from your own expertise on education and perhaps kind of pointing out the role of misinformation in kind of connecting or decoupling the two.
Yeah, well, I think just adding to what Van said, people have talked about climate change as a threat multiplier, and it impacts things like our health and our economy and immigration, as Van talked about. And the question is how our systems, our institutions, our policymakers will respond. And ultimately, for a response to be effective and successful, we need well-informed democracy to both understand the way that these things are impacting our communities, the ways that they're impacting children, families, people all across our country and all across the globe. We need people to understand the way the world works so that we can start talking about meaningful solutions. And so the idea that everybody actually understands what is happening in our changing climate so we can move past the conversations around whether this is happening, what is causing it, and actually move towards meaningful solutions will be really important.
Thank you for that. And thank you, especially because it's a perfect tee up for Roger, who just wrote a piece, I think, a couple of weeks ago on the need for us all to understand policy causality. That was music to the ears of a policy nerd like me, Roger, but how can you help us understand that sort of more generally and how important it is for the population to understand the types of causality that Van and Laura are talking about?
Yeah, and first, Naz and Van and Laura, it's great to be with you. It's a pleasure. One of the things that I'm going to talk about the relationship of climate policy and democracy. And one of the things that we need to better appreciate is that democracy offers up policy boundary conditions for understanding how climate response is going to actually work. And I'll just give you an example. Even in the best case scenarios, the decarbonization of the global economy or the national economy is a many decades, probably better part of a century-long endeavor. So what that means is we need policies that are robust to political change and political uncertainty. The Inflation Reduction Act, which was a signature climate policy of the Biden administration, was passed only with Democratic votes. And we've seen in the first days of the Trump administration a lot of antagonism and efforts to, or at least stated efforts to try to undermine that law. That's no way to run climate policy. And I know climate has become a very partisan issue, and it's easy to slip into being a partisan issue, but really for climate policy to be robust, it has to be robust to democracy. And that means it has to appeal to Republicans, has to appeal to Democrats, and it has to be able to withstand how those parties change over time. The Republican Party of 2025 is not the Republican Party of 2005. So, policy change and policy robustness is every bit as important as climate uncertainties, climate science, and it needs to have a more of a center role in how we think about democracy and climate change.
Indeed, I think we've all experienced this week, jarring to say the least, sense of policy reversal. And the fact that, as we all know, the Trump administration and President Trump himself, through a series of executive orders, has reversed a number of climate initiatives that had been put in place by the Biden administration. I want to just kind of step up for the next round of questions, and then we'll kind of dig back down into the details. One of the things that we see in the literature connecting democracy and climate change is that democracies are thought to face particular challenges in dealing with climate crises, right? That there's a short-term bias in decision making. They're subject to these types of reversals that you're all talking about, depending on who's in power. The problem of policy capture, especially depending on the role of money in politics. On the other hand, democracies could bring advantages to addressing climate change and putting in place climate policy. We have representative legislative bodies that hold governments to account. We have independent media and a free flow of information, although the extent to which that is indeed true could be debated, not just here in the United States, but around the world. And there's the important role of civic participation and the elevated role of civic participation in a democracy. And so I wanted to just ask you, each of you, to reflect just briefly on, where do democracies stand on the ledger, as it were, right? Do we think that democracies have a better shot right now? Or are we kind of struggling so much with global climate action and climate action here at home because of democracy? Van, maybe go to you first, and then we can just do a quick round robin.
Oh yeah, actually, I take something from what Roger just said. I think there is a temptation to think that autocracy, or the ability to just make a single decision from on top, is going to provide, at least in the short term, you can decarbonize, you just flip a switch. But actually, I think what happens is you don't have the local expertise of how to, say, decarbonize and keep jobs, of how to decarbonize in a way that still allows farmers to compete in a market. And so I think the thing that allows us to do that is actually democracy.
And the different levels of governance and the kind of local knowledge, as you just said. Laura, how about you?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the big issues that we face on whether democracy is effective or not is whether we're actually informing people about what is going on. Going into this election, climate was seen as a liability. It ranked 18 out of 20 in terms of people's top priority issues, despite the fact that it was impacting things that were people's top priority issues. I mean, for policy to withstand the changes in administration, we have to have people that really understand this issue, and we don't. We have, people who are millennials, Gen Xers, boomers who never had the chance to learn about this issue in school. And then people that are younger than that haven't sufficiently had the chance to learn about this issue. And this is fundamentally shaping our world. And so for democracy to be successful on this issue, we have to have people that understand it. And right now we don't. And I think until we tackle that, investments in policy will be fleeting. We have to have this underlying agreement that we need to come together to address this issue. And then democracy can really work its strength to improve outcomes for all people.
Roger?
Yeah, I have a draft book chapter, and it's called Making Peace with Democracy. And it's about us experts. And sometimes I think us experts lose touch with what I would call normal people who are having difficulty, paying bills. They got taking care of kids, and they're not worried about climate change on a daily basis. But their views and their votes are every bit as legitimate as climate models and science, and we have to respect that. A lot of times, and I see this, in I've seen it in my work, I've seen it in colleagues' work. When we view the climate issue through things like integrated assessment models, just tune it this way and tune it that way, and carbon capture, it becomes a much more technical issue to solve rather than going out in communities and realizing, we have to be able to build, and as you said this, democracy is short term. We have to be able to build an 80-year program out of building blocks that are 2, 4, and 6 years of the electoral cycle. And for most people, they're worried about the end of the month. So I very much think that when we think about climate policy, we have to be able to build it. It's not going to be the most efficient. It's not going to be optimized in any sort of economic or technical sense, but it will respect people and their needs. And I'm very optimistic that there's a sweet spot between the short-term needs of democracy and the long-term program of decarbonizing the global economy. But we have to focus on both of those at the same time.
Yeah, no, I'm very encouraged to hear you say that, and I think one of the things that sort of connects for me what you and Laura were just saying is that on the one hand, yes, experts and technocrats speak in a different context with a different language that don't connect with regular people, but regular people do indeed see the effects on their energy bills and the disasters and on their insurance rates and so on and so forth, and so that connection of the impacts of climate crisis on the things that affect people every day is undoubtedly crucial. Then I wanted to ask you to talk a little bit about your work on environmental justice, and in particular the differential impacts of climate change and how that affects democratic participation among marginalized communities. You wrote last fall about the EPA gearing up for a fight on environmental justice, and now, of course, one of the big pushes under the first week of the Trump executive orders is a move away from DEIA initiatives across federal agencies and so on. And so this intersection of sort of justice and the environment, would love to have you help us understand what we might be seeing.
Well, we're also seeing I think, in every single federal agency where environmental justice is used, they are going back and striking that from every single communication and document. Uh, I think with environmental and with climate justice, these have become buzzwords that obviously now are charged. But when you look at the actual sort of picture on the ground, you're thinking about something like the Eaton and Palisades fires, right? This is the places that are going to struggle the most, that are struggling the most now with coming back, with having places to put people up temporarily, with managing insurance, because they can't afford private firefighters and their insurance riders. Those are low-income communities. Those are communities that are likely to be mostly people of color. And this is true of flooding. It's true of the baseline things like increases in heat in the South. Communities of color in places like Jackson face temperatures that are markedly higher than people living just a few miles away. So, I think for a long time, the struggle has been establishing the fact base. But now it's pretty clear. The fact base is pretty clear. Now comes the difficulty of trying to build a comprehensive policy around that. And I think, going back to the actual to the point of this conversation, the only way you cannot uh, you will not get far by trying to impose EJ from the top. The way you want to do everything is you want input from these communities. You want people in Jackson, Mississippi to tell you what's going on in their lives and to be able to make informed choices based on that. And that also goes to education. I think there are a lot of people who are, they're farm workers now, who are facing increased kidney damage from dehydration, who are not linking that to climate change or to some differential graded aspect of climate change. They're hot and they get injured. And I think, yeah, we have a job to do in both informing people as to what these climate effects are and also empowering them to make decisions based on that. It's going to be harder now, but yeah.
No, I mean, that very much seems to be the heart of the challenge. I want to turn to Roger, and I didn't mention, Roger, the title of your Substack, The Honest Broker, which I very much enjoy reading. Not an advertisement, just an encouragement to others to take a look at it. And this is how I know what you've been thinking about. You also wrote a piece recently, I think, on the connection between, of course, the fires in LA, but the climate policy and economic policy in terms of insurance and so on and so forth. So to the extent that, your emphasis on the importance of science communication, is absolutely crucial. And I think that connects up to what Van was saying. How can we sort of help people understand these connections that we're all emphasizing and sort of see the world as interconnected in these ways, but in a way that doesn't kind of cause people to throw up their hands and say, wow, we've got to do all these things. There's nothing we can do about anything.
Yeah, it's one of the paradoxes of democracy is that none of us are going to be knowledgeable about everything that's a public issue. I worked on the Hill for a very brief stint a long time ago, and the number of issues in one day that's covered in Congress, requires hundreds, thousands of experts to participate. And so democracy has to function with a bunch of people who, like me, are ignorant about most things. And so I think the ability to educate people so that they can make wise policy choices is pretty limited. On the other hand, I do think it's possible for politicians and policy wonks to understand the needs of people in communities, exactly as Van was saying, and understanding that they have a sense of when they're well off. They might not know the capital of Azerbaijan, but they do know if there's food on the table, and if things are working. When it comes to insurance, people don't have to understand risk or reinsurance. What they have to understand is why the price of their insurance is what it is, and is that price reflective of risk? And California is a really interesting case because a citizens initiative 40 years ago passed limited the ability of the state to match insurance pricing with risk. And then over time, as risks increase, and we've seen that they have increased, that gets exposed. And so, there's a careful balance here, I think, between experts who have the specialized knowledge, politicians who are expected to lead and allow things to be called as they are, and then citizens who express their values through voting and participation out in both in the marketplace and in politics.
Yeah. I mean, one of the things that I think sort of underlying what we're all talking about, in particular, what you just said, Roger, is that, obviously climate action is a classic collective action problem, right? We've got to kind of have the motivation and the information to be able to kind of take collective action. And I hope Fritz will say something about this. He's the expert on this topic when he wraps up this session. And the disconnect between sort of what democratic mechanisms can do and the necessity of that collective action. It seems, picking up on something Van said, that might be easier at the local level where you have local knowledge, local relationships, and so on. It's way harder at the global level, right? And of course, the other thing that the Trump administration did this week was pull out of the Paris Climate Accords. So given all those difficulties that you just described and kind of connecting all these policy areas, just help us understand a little bit more about how much more complicated, I would submit, it is at the global level.
It's interesting at the global level. There's some of the same, the language is different, but social justice issues at the global level. There was a nice study recently by a group of Indian scholars who looked at climate scenarios, and they pointed out that climate success in the scenarios has North America and Europe getting a lot richer in coming decades. Africa, the continent of Africa, in the Indian continent, they get a little bit richer. And so the gap, the inequity grows in climate success stories. And so there is no way that people in Southeast Asia and India on the African continent are going to participate in climate mitigation if success means everybody else gets further ahead of where they're at. So I do think that the global issues mirror some of the national issues we see in North America and Europe, but only to a greater extent. And it is a huge challenge because there are 6 billion people around the world who don't enjoy access to energy services like we enjoy every single day.
it does raise, and we'll come back to this interesting question of sort of if governments choose to pull out of accords like this, sort of what space is there for other entities to play. And I guess I just read this morning that Bloomberg Philanthropies has stepped in and agreed to pay some measure of the United States obligations to the UN climate agencies. And so I was interested to see that, because I think it's important for us to remember that, even in times when democratic decision-making processes may fail us in terms of climate action, there are other elements of democracy that are crucial in sort of bolstering those initiatives. And Laura, I want to turn to you in kind of emphasizing that, of course, as you said a few minutes ago, educating the entire population, along the lines of sort of what their knowledge is and understanding what it is and what it needs to be is crucial. But my understanding is that you focus in particular on youth education in climate policy. I have a 7-year-old and an 11-year-old, and I guess my kind of burning question on this is how to kind of empower them to understand, and not just my children, but of course youth more generally, to understand their role and the necessity of action on climate change without paralyzing them with existential angst.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that's really important to know is that this is the world that our children are living in, and they will continue to live in it. The extent to which the change occurs, we don't know, but it is changing now. That's impacting them. That's going to impact their future. So to some degree, even thinking about the angst that our children might be, we might be imposing it on them rather than thinking about, okay, well, how do we help them process the world that they're living in? And that means helping them develop climate understanding. Earth is our home. It's getting hotter because of us. The 5 main factors driving it, transportation, electricity, manufacturing, buildings, and agriculture, and there are things that we can do to advance solutions. And kind of recognizing the fact that we are living in this world, I think, takes away some of the angst. It doesn't mean that these things aren't going to happen. There's going to be a significant amount of trauma like we're seeing after the LA wildfires right now. But if we actually think about, okay, we need to prepare our kids to live in some sort of uncertainty, that actually makes it empowering for all of us rather than just being like victim to the uncertainty to come. And then we need to think about what that means in terms of, okay, if all kids have climate understanding, then to Roger's point, we need people with different expertise. And we need people to understand how their area of expertise intersects with our changing climate. We need doctors who understand how climate impacts health. We need business leaders who understand climate risk and can take that into account when they're doing their work. We need policymakers who understand the nuances of climate policy. It's ultimately about building our collective capacity to address this issue. And I think, to Roger's point at the beginning or at some point when he was saying, we can't talk about it in terms of climate models. We always talk about solutions and we show images of, a wind turbine, or we show images of regenerative agriculture. But what's behind all of that is people. And we need to build the capacity of people to do it. And we need to start talking about people more robustly in our solutions.
Thank you for that. It's really motivating, and I really appreciate the positive spin on that. Van, I want to ask you to comment on that a little bit, in particular from your perspective as senior editor at The Atlantic, as somebody who's been long time in the American sort of politics media. How do you see the media's role in kind of helping activate the kinds of things that we've all been talking about, and that in particular Laura just suggested?
Well, I think right now, the thing that we need the most is something that we tend to lack. We've been talking about local solutions, local governance, and a big part of all of this is local storytelling. So for me, one of the biggest gaps in our current conversation about climate education, about how to mobilize enough people to figure out how to move, collectively, is local media, local journalism. Because at the end of the day, like I think a few people have made this point in this conversation, a degree target doesn't matter to a lot of people. Even big disasters, if they aren't happening locally, it's kind of hard to connect that to where we are. but you can't go to a state university and find an extension agent who doesn't believe in climate change. And so I think there's a disconnect between sort of our local understanding of our local climates and our understanding of climate change. And it's hard, especially in the places that are right now the most skeptical of climate change. It's really hard to build that capacity, that understanding, that comfort. And that's a job for local media. So for me, one of my pet projects is everywhere I go, I talk about the need for local newspapers, for local public media projects. And this, I think, is every single person involved in politics and policy is has this as a hobby horse. But local media, local journalism, local trusted journalism. Uh, I think it's behind a lot of our sort of difficulties in breaking gridlock and making major political changes.
One of the things I'm really struck by in listening to all of you is the extent to which I think you're all emphasizing the need to help people understand what's going on without the precision and statistical kind of certainty that scientists seem to want about all this kind of stuff, right? We've had a long-term project at the Korbel School that really grapples with the role of experts, and in our case, international relations experts, in communicating with policymakers. And one of the things that we've kind of collectively come to kind of emphasizing is that our ability to communicate uncertainty is crucial, and our ability to communicate in ways that are not about degree targets, as you just said, Van, but that are about kind of people's lived experiences of the things that we sort of see in our scientific understanding of the world. So I'm encouraged to hear you say the same sorts of things. Roger, you want to come in on this? This seems like your wicket as well.
Yeah, I was thinking as you guys were talking, when people make decisions about consumer products or energy sources, they don't care about degree targets. They don't care about climate models. And I was thinking back to the great light bulb wars of 2011, when light bulbs of all things became politicized in our country. And some people wanted the incandescents from the 1890s, and some people, they didn't like the compact fluorescents. And that political battle over that technology went away. And why did it go away? Because technology advanced. You can go to Home Depot. There's LEDs. They're cheaper. I saw the Trump administration. They said something about light bulbs the other day. But good luck. That has passed. If we look at the ozone hole and the response to ozone depletion and chlorofluorocarbons, that issue went away not because the public learned about the issue or they understood atmospheric chemistry. It went away because DuPont came up with alternative chemicals that didn't deplete the ozone. They cause climate change. That's a different problem. But so I think focusing on climate change as a technological issue is the key to mitigation. As Van says, if you're worried about risk and uncertainty and disasters and people exposed and vulnerable, that's a local issue. And so we have to know, which part of the issue requires a more centralized, large-scale technological focus, and what part requires a more human and collective decision-making component. And disasters happen in communities, regardless of their causes. But big energy policy decisions are out of the reach of most people. And so that implies a very, big fork in the road for our thinking on those policy issues.
Laura, let me ask you to come back in on this as well. You're in addition to your work at the Aspen Institute, you also lecture at the Harvard Graduate School of Education. And I'm curious to know what you see as the role of the university in all the kinds of things that we've been talking about here.
Yeah, I think I continue to think the role of universities, where a lot of people have centered the role of universities is focusing solely on the research component of universities, which is a critical role of universities. And universities, colleges, community colleges all across the country have a very critical role in helping prepare the workforce and citizens in our communities all across the country. And so I think actually thinking more robustly about the education that our institutions of higher education provide is going to be really critically essential to help us prepare to live in a changing climate. So I think to remove thinking about institutions of higher education just as research engines and actually think more holistically about our institutions of educations in terms of preparing the workforce, in terms of their connections and resources that they provide communities and their research arms and potential is going to be really important.
Really, really important reminder. Thank you. We've got just a little bit of time left, about a minute and a half or so. I wanted to just ask you each to wrap up, and forgive me for keeping it short here, but one thing that you see is really kind of hopeful in this space that we can hold on to as we move out of this conversation. Van, would you like to start?
Yeah. Well, my job is to collect stories, and it's not just collect stories of people who are struggling and who are facing disaster, but people who see a problem and do something about it. So I've been talking to folks in this town called Duck Hill, Mississippi. They've been suffering from sunny day flooding for years, and they downloaded a blueprint for how to make a local levee. They got high school students together and they made it. And that's climate action.
Amazing. Look forward to reading and learning more about that. Laura, how about you?
So one thing that I find really hopeful is students that across the country that have been coming together to push their school boards to put in place plans to decarbonize their school systems and include climate education. One young woman I talked to, especially because this is at the intersection of democracy and climate, one young woman that I talked to in Salt Lake City talked about their process, and she said she thought, they would come in and make their argument to the school board and the school board would just listen. And through the process of actually advocating with the school board, she learned that she had to take their perspective into account and think about how to make different arguments to appeal to them and address their concerns. And I think those are really fundamental skills to a democracy. So climate gives young people a vehicle to practice these skills and develop them. And I think that that's a really hopeful pathway to our future.
Oh, what a wonderful kind of reversal of the causality there. Thank you for that. And Roger, how about you?
Yeah, one of the distinguishing features of both science and democracy is that they're both self-correcting. That's what makes them work. In any moment, you might get frustrated and say it's not working at all. I'm quite optimistic that we've learned a lot of lessons through hard lessons of experience in climate policy. Science doesn't always work right. Sometimes we go down blind alleys, but I've been doing this long enough that if you take a look at how climate change looks from the perspective of 2025, I often say if my colleagues from 2000 could get in a time machine, they'd be a lot more optimistic than a lot of us are today, because there has been a lot of progress made and we know an awful lot more.
Well, thank you all so much. I'm way more encouraged coming out of this conversation than I thought it was going to be, and I'm incredibly grateful to you all for your expertise, for being our wise guides through this through these difficult challenges. It's been a real pleasure having this conversation with you. Thanks so much for joining us here at the Denver Democracy Summit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Fritz, you got name dropped by Nas there, and I know you have a recent book chapter on this very topic. What were your reflections on that conversation?
Well, first of all, it was a great conversation, and it could have gone on quite a bit longer, and it would have had I been on the panel. So I'll try to. I mean, there's so much to say. I mean, first, the point I try to make in this book chapter, it's a book called "Democracy in a Hotter Time," and I have one chapter in there, but there are quite a number of other authors as well. Is first of all, this is a political problem. It's a technical problem. It's a lot of things. It's an economic problem, but at its heart, it's in many ways a political problem. By which I mean it's a collective action problem. It's a way in which we translate the interests and beliefs and desires of publics into actual policy, and it is a very, very hard problem. And going back to our earlier conversation, this is a multi-level game, multi-level. It's incredibly complicated and very difficult for all the reasons that were said. I think if I were to draw one thing out of this session, and there's so many things that were said, I do think the need to have deeper societal understanding of what's at stake, to build polities that understand climate change and can hold their governments accountable, can keep the pressure on. Because left to its own devices, the system's not going to fix itself. Or it's not moving fast enough, certainly, to do that. There are a lot of challenges to science communication. There are a lot of challenges there. One of the things I think Van said towards the end that really resonates with me is the need to have local storytelling. Concrete examples in the community that people can relate to and recognize really what's at stake for their lives. Otherwise, this is so abstract, so slow moving, so difficult. It's very hard to build the kind of collective action, the political pressure, the social movement, we call it different names, that's going to be needed to push the whole system into at least reacting anywhere near fast enough.
I couldn't agree more. One thing that struck me during that conversation about education around climate change is that it sounds like people younger than me were getting a lot more of that in school, in elementary, middle, and high school than I did. I mean, we talked about, the movie An Inconvenient Truth. There was some activism on recycling in my elementary school and my middle school, but it wasn't a core part of the curriculum in the way that it sounds like in many places it is now. Um, and that kind of makes more sense now when I hear about Gen Z having climate anxiety. Like, to have anxiety about something, you have to be aware of it. And I'm not sure I was aware of it to the degree that
Yeah.
most people coming in school are now.
Yeah, well, I think as was also pointed out, there's a fine line between making people aware and being so alarmist that we don't
Yep.
see a path forward, and so
Yep.
people check out. And so I think that's a difficult balance, but there are many challenges. The last thing I'm saying, this has become so politicized now. Coming back to the conversation I had with George Packer earlier today, that the term climate change is actually being expunged from the federal government as we speak, and certainly climate justice, et cetera. And so that, there's a challenge there, and it'll percolate into the educational system as well. Are we going to be able to inform the public in general, incorporate it into the curricula at elementary and high school levels, et cetera, et cetera. But it's crucial that we do this.
100%. I was struck by the parallels between this conversation around climate change and the conversation we were having as a country around the COVID pandemic. I mean, when folks talked about the impact of COVID, it was an accelerant of existing trends, and COVID impacted communities that were already hurting in various ways more, in a similar way to, the fires in LA, in a similar way to rising tides. The people who are most able to adapt
Yeah.
and handle those situations tend to be the people who are already doing okay. Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, that's true at the local level. It's true, as was pointed out, at the global level. The places that are doing the worst, the poorest, are least able to adapt to what is happening, and so it exacerbates inequalities. So that's a huge problem, and then that complicates the politics of solving the problem.
100%. Yeah, it's fun to have this running through line of international policy and domestic policy, given your background. But we're about to go back to the state level. So we have a really exciting panel coming up with local Colorado leaders talking about democracy in practice and working across the political divide. So we'll turn things over now to Attorney General of Colorado, Phil Weiser.
Thanks so much for giving us the opportunity to join this tremendous summit. I'm Colorado Attorney General Phil Weiser. I am here with some of my dear friends and colleagues, State Senator Lisa Cutter, former Douglas County Sheriff Tony Spurlock, and former Secretary of State, County Commissioner, City Councilor, and lots of other do good work Wayne Williams, coming to us from Colorado Springs. You can see his background. We've got a great group of leaders, civic activists, and frankly, thoughtful citizens. And that's what I want to talk about, thoughtful, respectful citizenship. And Wayne, I want to start with you because you and I got to work on a Ginsburg-Scalia initiative together, modeling respectful engagement. We do this thing called the Unified Colorado Challenge, where people were able to engage in respectful discourse with one another. And we had the following conversation. I know your answer, but I'll ask it to you. I mentioned Ginsburg and Scalia as two wonderful examples of people who can disagree but not be disagreeable. What's your favorite example of that type of engagement and dialogue?
I probably hearken back to the team of rivals that Abraham Lincoln put together, where people absolutely fought against each other for the Republican nomination in 1860. And instead of saying, I won, you people go away, he said, I won, you people come into my cabinet. And so he listened to diverse views. There were a lot of things that came out of that. And it was in a moment of crisis in the country where it was more divided than it ever has been when you look at the Civil War. But instead of kicking people out who didn't agree, he brought people in. And I think that's one of the critical things. There are other ones I love too. Jefferson and Adams, adamantly against each other on a number of issues, and yet worked together to bring this nation to pass. And Adams becomes the first president, one of the first leaders in recorded history to peacefully turn over power to the person who beat him in the election. Now, he might have tried to sneak through a few extra appointments, thus Marbury versus Madison, but he respected that process. And to me, there has been in our nation a history of people, Justices Scalia and Ginsburg or two others, where you've got people who have strong opinions, but still work together for the common good. And that's really what we all ought to be doing.
Here's a fun Colorado story on this. After, and I believe it was Roy Romer beat Bruce Benson, days afterwards, he had Bruce come join him in the governor's office to say, we've got important work to do together. I need your help on these issues. Tony, what example comes to mind for you?
I tell you, my biggest thing, as a 42-year-old law enforcement officer and working around the state, obviously we were touched with some tragedy with, Zach Parrish being shot and 4 other officers critically injured. And what I found there was I had people like Nick Metz, who was a former Aurora police chief, and Colonel Matt Packard for the Colorado State Patrol, immediately came to my aid. And I found myself in a position where I was in territory that I'd never been in before, because it immediately, as those tragedies do, it immediately became political. And so I found myself in the middle of this arena that I had not been in before, really, other than just small government stuff. And I had 2 fellas that were incredible that stood right beside me and said, "Okay, let's go in here and let me help you navigate this." But I'll tell you, I have to give credit to the stick-to-itiveness, if I will, and that was Zach Parrish's dad, who, in the midst of this horrible tragedy, said to me, and I'll never forget this. He said, there were 2 families who lost sons today. Let's not forget that. And here's a guy who was, such an impressive individual I'd never met before. I'd never met him until the tragedy of his family. And so that immediately thrust me into a lot of different arenas where there were a lot of people, they forgot about the tragedy and was focusing on these argumentative issues. And I had 2 incredible people, Chief Matt Packard and Nick Metz, standing right there. No, don't get into that. Almost like pulling on my shirt sleeve. Now, this is good. Just let that go. Because I, had not been in that environment before. And then just reflecting back on what Zach Parrish said, I was like, this is not a battle. This is how do we fix a tragedy, and how do we do it without pointing fingers at each other.
Lisa, you're in the arena now. And I often say Colorado's legislative process is a different world than what we see in Washington, D.C. How do you make sure you stay in dialogue with people even when you're disagreeing?
That's a great question. I think we owe that to our constituents and to the people of Colorado. I think that we always need to be listening. We don't always have to agree with one another. And at the end of the day, during a stakeholder meeting or whatever, we don't have to do all the things that the opposition wants us to do. But if we fail to listen, then we fail to come to the best solutions that we can together. Because most of the big legislation that I've run, there might be ideological differences, and my opponents don't want that to happen, or the other side of the aisle, they don't want that to happen. But at the end of the process, I've almost always taken something and made it a little bit better. And I think that's what good legislators do. And that's what people who are committed to doing the right thing for the people of Colorado do. And speaking for my Republican colleagues, many of them will just come knowing that if they can make that piece of legislation just a little bit better for their constituents, then why dig in and fight it on ideological grounds when they can really actually do something meaningful? And it just comes to mind is Senator Don Cora. Many of you probably know Don. He was a wonderful colleague, and he used to say, "I'd rather be at the table than on the menu." And I thought that was such a great way to look at it.
Well, I have to say one more thing that Don has in common with everyone on this panel is a sense of humor. And we need more of that in politics. It helps lubricate these discussions. And Wayne, you did not mention one of my favorite odd couples, Tip O'Neill and Ronald Reagan, both of whom had a great sense of humor. And it helped keep them in dialogue with one another, working collegiality, even when they disagreed. And then picking up, Lisa, on what you said about the legislature and picking up on Tony's discussion of the Zach Parrish Violence Prevention Act, Hugh McCain, whose memory lives on as a blessing, really was special in this regard. Lisa's nodding. Hugh, during this red flag debate, went to join Alec Arnett, who was then leading the bill, at his son's soccer game to give him feedback on the bill, just like Lisa talked about, to make the bill better. Alec took a lot of the changes. When it got to the floor, Hugh gave an impassioned speech against it, because he was against the bill, and then came over and gave Alec a big hug afterwards. So that's how discourse should function. Wayne, back to you. I mentioned this Unified Colorado Challenge. Obviously, you chose to participate in this. You did it yourself. What has led you to have this interest? Why did you join me in an effort, and what takeaways did you have from it?
Well, I guess I'll start with the straightforward approach because you asked, which is one of the things that we often don't see happen, is people don't ask for other viewpoints or don't ask. And I think that is critical. I joined Unified Colorado because I think it is important that we talk to each other. I've served in a number of different boards, number of commissions. And one of the things I found is a lot of issues are not ideological. A pothole has no political affiliation. It is a pothole. How do I fill the pothole? How do I address this issue? When you're working with child welfare issues, which commissioners and others work with on a regular basis, how do I make sure that this child is safe? It is not a Republican, not a Democratic issue. And so I do think listening to others is an important part of it, and having that dialogue and being willing to make changes. I know that, one of the things I've done occasionally is put ballot issues on, and Doug Bruce has been opposed to many of those. But in that opposition, sometimes he has made legitimate points. And so we have changed provisions in the ballot issue to address that point. It'll all go to administration. Well, let's put a specific thing in that says, in the Pikes Peak RTA, for example, only 1% will go to administration. So you listen and you address the objections. Sometimes it may wind up killing the bill or changing things entirely, but a lot of times by listening, we can find out things. And I think, looking at the good senator there, sometimes in the legislature you hear folks who may not actually have to deal with the issue at the ground level, and hearing from them, someone thinks this is a great bill, but when you listen to the sheriffs, they say, hey, here's an issue with this. Here's why that's not the best approach. And if you don't have those other dialogues, if you don't have those discussions, you never have the chance to fix issues until it's too late, or until tragedies occur, or until dollars are wasted, or whatever the case may be.
I'm with you, and maybe you and I, Wayne, are lawyers, so this may be part of an occupational hazard. I feel like the value of whatever word you want to use, sparring, sharpens your thinking. So I want to hear the best arguments against my proposal, because just like you say, you hear their arguments and I'll go to administration and you say, you know what, good argument, we can address it. And that's what good public policy should be like. I do believe steel sharpens steel. Let me get practical with you and with Tony, and go to Tony first. Tony, you were my vice chair on the post board. Wayne served on the post board. For those who don't know about it, it's the Peace Officer Standards and Training Program Board. It oversees law enforcement, certifies, decertifies law enforcement, oversees the training curriculum, provides grant funding, all about how to have the best possible and most trusted law enforcement we can. That board is nonpartisan or bipartisan. It's got a range of people on it from all across the state, and it functions in the way we're talking about, people really listening to each other. Tony, talk about what makes that post board work in that way, and what quality should we be looking for in government?
Well, one of the things that I think makes a post board, one of the best across the nation, is that there's such a diversity at the table. We have a number of sheriffs that are there. Then you have a number of police chiefs. And for those of you who are not aware, often we don't get along. We see things completely differently. And so then you throw in a mix of academy directors, and some of those are private universities or state universities that are having academies who are interested in the economic growth of their institution. And then we had on the board private sector, folks that literally came from off the street, if you will, and had an opinion of, why do the police do these things? So when you bring all of that together and you throw a topic up about anything for law enforcement, for public safety, you are going to get a lot of diversity. And what I found that was so impressive on the board is that everyone had a fair chance to speak their mind, share their thoughts and what they would say is their evidence to prove what their statement was supporting. And then we came together collectively and then took a vote. And the majority of the vote passed. And when it was over with, the cops, and that had a lot to do with the Attorney General, I think. He would always make sure that there were adequate donuts and bagels close by. And when we were finished with a stressful topic, we would always have lunch together. We'd break bread. We would have a snack and coffee. And then people who might have been argumentative 15 minutes ago, passionately, are now breaking bread and having conversation about what do we ultimately do. And as cops, our job is to protect our communities, and we're very passionate about that. And so it brought us back. And I think if we had more of that in our lawmaking, in our legislatures and our senators, where they had that opportunity, it's hard to be angry with someone when you're breaking bread with them on a regular basis. It just is. And I think that's what made it so successful, is we had such a diversity that we had to have time to listen to the opposition. And often, like was said before, like Wayne said, sometimes the opposition actually brought us something that we weren't aware of and thought, oh, wow, that's a good idea. Let's carve that out. And so it does make for better governance.
Wayne, what thoughts, if any, you have on the post board?
Well, I'd say one of the things that I think makes it successful is we would hear problems that might have arisen, and then also look at what types of solutions can we come up with. Would better training have addressed this? And in a process of how can we make this training better? Because everyone, whether you're the representative of a criminal defendant or a victim or whomever the case may be, wants the process to be conducted fairly. You want the officers to conduct themselves appropriately. You want them to be able to deal with stressful situations and make the right decisions. And so a lot of what the post board focused on is, instead of blaming people, is how can we do better through training? How can we make this work better? And I think that was an important element of what brings people together, is when you're focused on solutions as opposed to pointing fingers. You talk about that dialogue. One of the downsides in the new Washington will be the absence of Joe Manchin's houseboat, which is a place where folks from opposite parties could come together and have discussions. It is so critical that we as a nation, that we as a state, I'll point to our Joint Budget Committee. Our legislature has adopted a budget every year, something they have not done in DC. Our legislature has done that when you had Republican legislators and Democratic governors, when you've had Democratic legislatures and Republican governors. In every instance, they have come together to adopt a budget. And you can't do it just by printing more money. So you have to actually have that dialogue. And I think that model works. Our cities and counties across the state each year adopt balanced budgets. So much that DC could learn from watching how local government and state government can work, even when there's strong disagreements on issues.
Well, part of what's hard here is the Washington, D.C. model of governance has changed radically over our lifetimes. I mentioned Tip O'Neill and Ronald Reagan. It was not uncommon, to say the least, in the 1980s and into the 1990s to have real friendships across the aisle, to have real listening, to have real collaboration. Today's world, we're seeing a lot more demonization and polarization. And so, Lisa, I want to start with you, because one of the concerns I have is young people are growing up in this world where all they see is the food fight and the polarization in Washington. How can we prepare them for citizenship in a world that is so different from the one that all of us grew up in? In the media environment, obviously, it's worth making clear that there used to be editors in newspapers and programs like the 90 News with Walter Cronkite that curated in a way that people might be able to know that what they were hearing was trustworthy. We're now, people get information from all sorts of quarters and often suited to meet whatever ideological agenda they have, which means people are hearing what they want to hear. How do we help young people both grow up in this world and help us break out of this world?
Well, that's an awesome question. This is something that's really, really, I think a lot about. First of all, I think that one thing you asked about, how do we help prepare them? One thing I think is really important to do is encourage respectful conversation about politics. Like, because it's so, national politics has become so adversarial and polarized. I think that people don't feel like it's okay to talk about politics. And to me, talking about politics is talking about how your world is shaped, right? The important issues that you guys were talking about before and that we deal with every day at the legislature. And so encouraging people to know how to have respectful conversation is really important. Civics, having a basic understanding of civics, of course. But I really am passionate about media literacy for young people, well, for everyone, but for young people in particular. I think if we can help them understand how to evaluate every source, because it's not all created equal. Like you said, there's, we had editors before, and traditional legacy media has changed so much. And I think a lot of that is in response to social media, pay for, clicks, and the more extreme something can be, the more eyeballs get on it, and the more money goes back to the advertiser. I mean, it's just a terrible cycle. And so I think that it's important that young people understand, we don't teach them how to think, or what to think, excuse me, but how to think, or how to evaluate media. There's a tool that we've talked a little bit about called Wiser through the university, or through Regis University, has put it together. And they suggest you wait, you pause before you share something. So this is kind of an easy tool for people to adopt. You gather information, information gathering. You look for alternative viewpoints. You're open to that. Well, is everything every media outlet saying the same thing, or do some other people have other perspectives? You question the source of the material. Is there some bias because of money or whatever other special interests? You look at that. You look at your emotional regulation. Does this post or this piece of news get you going, really inflame you? I mean, then maybe that's what it's trying to do, and maybe that's not a good thing. We all have confirmation bias, and if something really gets me riled up, then I try to take a step back and say, wait a minute, why is this? I want to believe this, or is this really something that's true? And then the last is reflection. Could sharing this cause harm? And I always like to think too, is if I'm sharing something on social media, I really want to do my due diligence and find out if that is a good accurate piece of news or information before I continue to perpetuate the cycle.
I want to come back to social media and polarization, but first I want to stick with what you've articulated, this wiser framework, and I want to give Tony a chance to teach others what he taught me. So I would often see in person, on social media, people who would make a claim, and I wouldn't know how to respond. And Tony, what I learned from you is you would say, what's your source for that? Which is one of the wiser principles. Yeah. Asking, what's the source? Tony, where did you learn that, and how have you found that as a useful way to engage in a world that we know there's a lot of mis and even disinformation out there? Misinformation is someone shares something innocently wanting to think it's true, but not realizing it's not true. Whereas disinformation could be like what Iran or China does, which is just putting inaccuracies into our information environment, thinking it'll, like Lisa said, rile people up and divide them.
Well, I have to give credit to my wife, who was also an attorney. And whenever she was challenged with anything that was legal, she would say, what's your source for that? Where is the legal source? Because the law is everything. And it's what makes our country what it is today. And so I kind of like copied that from her and social media. And when I would get challenged about certain things, instead of just saying you're wrong, you don't know what you're talking about, tell me what your source is, because there is a probability that maybe I am off and maybe your source is correct, or maybe there are two sources, and how do we bring those together? And often it would work. Now, sometimes, you get certain people that are not interested in that, and you could tell right off the bat. But many a times I would get people say, well, you need to go look here and this, look at this reference and look at this situation. And when I would ask them, what was your source? The folks that were starting out being argumentative would stop, and they would do a lot like, like you would say, Senator, they would say, oh, wait, let me just listen about this for a minute. Let me step back and think about this for a second. And if you can break that argumentative line of thought, then you get dialogue. And it seemed to work for me more often than not. And it was very valuable in some very ugly and difficult social media war, I would call it, that really didn't help anyone.
Well, I don't mind putting into context, Tony, because the second part of your story is after Zach Parrish was murdered, you became one of the leaders of, I call it the formal title is the Zach Parrish, I think, Gun Violence Prevention Act. It's known as the Red Flag Law. You became identified as one of the supporters of that law. And I know a lot of people attacked you on social media for that. And I was right with you supporting the law. And then after the law's first year of operations, we did a report of every single red flag order in Colorado to explain to the public each one and to try to allay some of the fears that may have been around this law, to try, just like you said, to cool down the dialogue. But you really stepped into the center of things and put yourself in the middle of a lot of social media debates. And it was admirable how you handled it. And I didn't realize that was Stacy's guidance, but marrying well is a good thing in life. That's good to know.
Yes, it
When
is.
you were smiling when Tony talked about this technique, what was that bringing up for you?
Yeah, I think one of the I was looking at a source that tends to be more conservative, and it cited absolutely ridiculous claim that we were going to build a railroad across the Indian Ocean, and I'm like, there is no way that was said. Well, I followed up. I went to whitehouse.gov, and yes, that was a misstatement that was actually made by President Biden. But I did the research myself, which is why I was laughing, because so often people just accept whatever's there. But the other part of this, and this is the important part for those in government, it becomes critical that those original sources not be altered, not be adjusted to make it. Phil, you say something dumb occasionally, I'm sure, even as a lawyer. So if someone's reporting that transcript, we don't just edit that out and not have that in there. And that becomes incumbent upon those of us in government to make sure that those misstatements are there as well. We can explain them, but we don't expunge them to hide, because that undermines the credibility of the source. And so when we talk about having trusted sources, it's absolutely critical that those trusted sources be honest and straightforward. And sometimes it's, yeah, we screwed up. Yes, passwords were released inappropriately. And so we need to own that and act upon it immediately, because otherwise we undermine that very trustworthiness that we're trying to tout. And that, for me, that's why I was smiling, because I'm thinking about all of these examples that have occurred in recent months. And you're going, yes, as a responsible figure in government, if a mistake was made, we need to own it. We need to take responsibility for it. We need to address it. We don't hide it. We don't cover it up. And, all of that becomes absolutely critical in terms of how we approach government, how we deal with all of these different sources that are out there. Because anyone can write an article, anyone could post something on the internet that doesn't make it true. So what is that source? And is that a source that is reliable? And that becomes incumbent upon us to make sure it is. And, legislature deals with joint budget committee, having those numbers be accurate. A lot of times you wish they were better. You wish you had more money so you could spend more money. Some that might be perspective from some. And so you got to make sure that those numbers are accurate so you don't over appropriate. Because if it's not, then you've undermined that credibility, and it makes it very challenging for folks to believe in. And that, I think, is an important part. So emphasizing trusting sources, but making sure those sources are indeed trustworthy is an important part of what we must do in government.
Let me double down for you and to Lisa, because we now have the problem of what you'll hear this phrase more and more, deep fakes. Using artificial intelligence, you can create what looks like someone giving a speech or a photograph or an audio, a recording, and it can be made up. So Lisa, this question, what's your source for it? Unfortunately, even if you have trustworthy sources that are trustworthy, you also are going to have more and more deep fakes out there. How do you think about this challenge of getting to what's the underlying reality in this world where that is not a simple thing?
Yeah, that's a tough issue, right? We're dealing with all of these technological advances, and deep fakes are pretty concerning. I think that just goes back to like looking at all kinds of sources, like being having a varied media diet, if you will, or when you see something online, even if it's somebody talking and you think it's them. I mean, we have to learn how to have and teach our kids moving forward how to have a healthy dose of cynicism and really look. Google, it's pretty easy to get other sources of information these days. And there's lots of ways that you can tell if something's credible in terms of the editorial board and, who's funding them. There's lots of information that's fairly easy to access. So I think just really digging in and looking at all kinds of sides before you really make make a decision or formulate your opinion about something, even, based on what you think is an accurate video, is really important. And I have to laugh because talking about the source, what's your source thing, I just exactly did that with somebody in a little bit of a Facebook debate, which I don't very often get into Facebook debates. Try to stay away from that. I got enough going on in real life. But I said, they were posting just crazy, really objectively kind of some crazy things. And I, instead of saying, this is crazy, I said, tell me what your source is. Again, trying to diffuse and come with an open mind and a questioning stance didn't get me very far, but I think it's important to keep trying. I think, and I just want to take a moment and say how much I appreciate the perspectives of the other panelists. And this is just a great conversation. So thank you all for being committed to this work. It's really important.
Well, you are all stalwarts in this, and I worry about the future of our democratic republic, because if you don't have dialogue, you don't have a democratic republic. The idea of a collegial body is to have listening. And when you burn relationships and you don't listen, you're not engaging in small d democratic governance. Tony, I want to come back to that situation I mentioned, which was how much vitriol came out around this red flag debate, a lot of it directed at you. To my knowledge, you never got, and I'll use the Latin word here, ad hominem. You never responded to anybody calling them names. You stayed on the substance. Two questions. How did you do that? And why is that important?
Well, I did that with the guidance of a lot of very smart and well caring and thinking people around me, my village, if you will, which was very helpful to me, because instinctively you want to, when people are attacking you personally, not the topic, but personally, you immediately get defensive. And I knew that we would lose our position of the importance of how the ERPOs, red flag, if you will, can save lives. And it wasn't just the mentally ill, those people who are in mental crisis that we're talking about all the time. We were talking about other issues that would come into play with this very complicated issue. And I got attacked regularly about it, but I knew that if I fought back on some of their issues that were just off the board, and if I didn't get them to try to calm down and say, what's your source? It made it very, very complicated for the conversation to continue forward, because I felt that it was worthy of good dialogue to say, if we have people in mental health crisis, what is one of the things that we can do to protect them from themselves, but also protect the community and their loved ones around them when they're in this crisis. And in one small sphere of space, maybe it is to remove something from them temporarily that is giving them the opportunity to harm themselves or others because they were not of right sound mind. But when you're attacking people personally and you're coming after them, I immediately went from, and I have many friends, both Democrats, Republicans, Independents, and it immediately went from me changing everything that I ever was after 40 some years as a police officer to being something that was pretty vile. And I would just ask, I mean, show me someone in our government in Colorado that's the way you're saying that I am. Show me your source, and let's have some dialogue. It helps because democracy is incredibly fragile. And if we don't continue to teach our young people not to attack the person, the messenger, but to legitimately argue about the topic at hand. And as Wayne said, we've got to have conversation about, I'd love to spend more money, but if you only have 2 dimes, you cannot spend a quarter. And you got to have that conversation. But if you're attacking the person asking the question, you're never going to get to the point that, well, I only have 2 dimes, but I think we can borrow 10 cents from that other pot over there, and now we're ahead. And we would have lost that. And in this case, under the RPOs, it was successfully passed in the House and Senate, and we have made successes. People are alive today because of it. And I know that there's still a lot of debate and frustration around it, but it has saved lives, and you can't argue against that.
Well, can I make 2 additional points on
Please.
the ad hominem?
Yes.
First, I have never been persuaded by someone calling me a name. And so if your goal is to persuade, it's a really bad method to call names, to make personal attacks. I don't think that's persuasive. Secondly, we exist in a world in which we run into people again. You know, as a lawyer, the other lawyer I think he's doing something or she's doing something on that other side that I disagree with. I'm going to run into that lawyer again at some point. For the legislators, you've got hundreds of votes that are going to take place. That person who may be your opponent on this issue may be your ally on the next issue. And so making those type of personal attacks never is successful because it doesn't persuade then, and it harms you long term. And helping people to understand that calling names, right? This is something mom taught you as a kid. Don't call names. It's not persuasive, it's not helpful, and it's hurtful for the next time you need that person's support on an issue. You know, and city council and county commissions, there are people who voted against me on one issue, and then 5 minutes later they voted with me on the next issue. It would be, from a policy standpoint of enacting the policies I care about, it would be suicidal to attack everyone who ever disagreed with me. For one thing, I have very few friends left in the world because everyone disagrees with me on
I
some
disagree with
issues.
myself sometimes.
I have done that too, which is part of seeing both sides of the story. But I wanted to make those points because you hear that, you see that, and you mentioned social media. One of the challenges in social media is when you don't actually see that person in front of you and you're blogging or sending some message out at 2:00 in the morning when you're upset, that a lot of times people cross that line and it's not persuasive. And it's not something you would do if you were face to face with the individual. And you can bemoan the absence of the Walter Cronkite saying that's the way it is on Tuesday, January 4th. But we do live in that world, and we as a society have to figure out how to still disagree, but not do it in a way that makes it so you never persuade that person or you can't get their vote the next time you need it on something else.
Lisa, I'll give you the last word.
Well, the comments so far have been great. I mean, I was just recalling I had actually a neighbor, someone that my kids grew up with, their kids, that would do that all the time, attack on social media. And I thought, I actually ran into her one time and I said, you know, you can talk to me if you ever have any issues. And really, I mean, it kind of stopped her, but I was being completely genuine about it. Like I'm happy to talk to people. And I just think it's too easy for people to get behind that keyboard. And so, you know, great point about that. But I just keep going back to giving kids those tools, or, you know, giving all of us. I ran media literacy education for students. So I think that's why I think of it that way. With Don Coram, by the way, he was part of that. But I think giving people the tools, the wiser framework that I talked about, and preparing them that way. And then also just again, I think it's important to have these conversations a lot, this type of conversation and conversations where we disagree and can do so in a respectful way. And I just think we've gone away from feeling like we can talk about important things because it's always so volatile and so divisive, but it doesn't have to be. We can get back to that. And honestly, I think our hearts yearn for that. I mean, I think it's a really sad time when you're looking at a place where we can't come together and disagree respectfully and move forward.
It's a great note to end on. The work that Wayne and I did on the Ginsburg Scalia Initiative, we made a documentary based on the Unified College Challenge and teaching materials. It's all out there for people. This has been a wonderful conversation. I want to thank our great panelists. Obviously, a lot of more work to do on this. You guys are all real leaders. Appreciate you all. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks. Oh, yeah. Thanks.
Wow, what a fantastic group of leaders in Colorado. That gave me a lot of hope for our country. What landed with you, Fritz, from that conversation?
Well, same thing. I mean, first I commend the Attorney General for this Ginsburg Scalia project and the work he's doing trying to bridge divides in Colorado. It makes me proud, frankly, to be in Colorado. I think there's which is not perfect. We have our fights, et cetera, but there are a lot of good things happening, and maybe more than in many other places. And it reinforces the points we've been talking about of what's possible at a somewhat more local level, and the importance of being together and talking to each other, building relationships over time, recognizing, as was said towards the end, we're going to see each other again. We have to be civil, and so I think that whole thrust of talking to each other, learning to listen, learning to talk in a way that can be heard, and understanding how your words will affect, certainly not affect the other, and certainly not engage in ad hominem attacks. I think really important, but it's part of the fabric of Colorado. I think more than maybe most places that a lot of this is happening. We'll hear later about some of the things happening in the media space. And if I could just take a moment to shout out one of the things we're doing at the Korbel School, another thing we're doing in this whole space is something called the Colorado Project, where we brought together over the course of a year about 30 plus leaders in the state across political divides, different regions of the state, from business, from government, from the nonprofit sector, and met, I think, 8 times in the course of a year, tremendous amount of time, really listening to each other, talking to each other, and out of that issued a report on a strategy for sustainable, inclusive economic growth for Colorado. So if anyone's interested, you can look on the Korbel website, the Colorado Project. But it's another example of the importance of and the value of these kinds of connections, of talking to each other, of listening to each other, engaging with each other, and doing so in ways that get us out of our bubbles. Once again, the conversation about media bubbles and the ways in which we have different information. How do we break through that? Well, we break through it by talking to each other.
An organization that what you were just describing reminded me of and ties back to this panel as well, that's bringing young state legislators, Gen Z and millennial elected officials in state legislators together. It's called Future Caucus. There are now 34 states that have these future caucuses, bipartisan groups of young elected state legislators. And I got to attend their conference a few months back. I had the same feeling coming out of that convening, coming out of this panel. There are people who cut through the noise, who aren't thinking about the national squabbles, who are just trying to solve problems and get along with the people who they're serving with. So it's amazing. I mean, it's amazing that you all have also been able to convene such an interesting group of folks to have similar impactful conversations.
Yeah. Well, I think you get people. I did the same thing. I used to live in North Carolina, and we set up a similar program in North Carolina. What we've discovered is getting to know each other. Like, actually start by breaking bread, sharing stories, getting to know about people's backgrounds, and then getting to a point where we're working on a problem together. I mean, we set aside the other things. We've got a problem in front of us, and people come at it in different ways. But I think if you get to this kind of problem solving orientation, which is something we heard in the last panel as well at the mayor's level, if we're going to work on a problem, as opposed to posture and try to claim, all the stuff that we don't like about politics, then I think you can make real progress. And there's also the learning to be a little humble. It's good to advocate for what you believe in, but recognize that none of us has a monopoly on the truth. You might just learn something by listening to someone else. So I think those are such important lessons.
Absolutely. So before we jump to our next panel, which is about the role of soft power in global democracy promotion, Fritz, could you put your political science hat on and give us a quick definition of soft power? What's hard power? What's soft power?
Well, a big distinction in international affairs. Hard power is military power, economic power, sanctions, and the like. Those are sort of the familiar tools of international relations that governments have tended to use forever. Soft power are things like, the model of our democracy, our culture. In the Cold War, it was blue jeans and rock and roll, right? It's things that create affinity across, between nations. And we can poo-poo this, but there's a lot in it actually, historically, that it matters whether publics feel some kind of affinity to, in our case, the United States. One of the real concerns right now, I probably will hear this, is soft power dead? We're in a moment where we're pivoting, and the Trump administration clearly pivoting much more to hard power. That is muscular, military, economic sanctions, those sort of traditional tools, and maybe away from soft power, hoping that the world will want to be more like us because they admire us.
That's really helpful context. All right, so for our next panel, again on soft power in global democracy promotion, with several of the Aspen strategy group's rising leaders, over to our moderator, Professor Nazneen Barma.
Hello again. I'm Naz Barma, the Scrivener Professor of Public Policy here at the Joseph Korbel School of International Studies and the Director of the Scrivener Institute of Public Policy. Last summer, the Korbel School partnered with the Aspen Strategy Group to feature a panel on soft power at the Aspen Security Forum, and we thought a reprise of the topic would be appropriate and important for the Denver Democracy Summit. Joining me now for this conversation on the role of soft power in global democracy promotion are two members of the Aspen Strategy Group's Rising Leaders program, which is committed to cultivating the next generation of leaders in national security and foreign policy. Sophia Economopoulos has worked in a number of private sector roles in government relations, as well as leading research programs on topics such as sustainable energy and international trade. And Cédric Javier-Ramier is the Food Systems Policy Director at Food Systems for the Future. For his leadership in global food security, he was awarded the World Hunger Leadership Award in 2018. It's such a pleasure to be here with both of you today. Thank you for joining us. I believe that Dean Mayer just gave the audience his definition of soft power, but I thought it might be helpful for us to start off our conversation with our own definitions of soft power. I've sort of always thought of soft power as, in a sense, everything that hard power is not, right? Everything that military conflict and great power conflict is not. And soft power in particular has been credited with leading the charge on issues such as democracy promotion around the world, cultural relations, cultural diplomacy, and things like that. I think it'd be helpful, for us to kind of just quickly chat about how we each see that. Sophia, perhaps we could start with you and give us a sense of what you think of as soft power.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Well, hi everyone. I think when I think about soft power, I mean, it's really about capturing hearts and minds. And I think that we see that in a number of US programs. There's the IVLP program, which we're going to talk about a little bit later. We have excellent programs with USDFC, with USAID and kind of that development aid in which we're able to do that. So, educational, cultural exchanges, development aid. I think those two are kind of for me like the foundations of what soft power means to me as an American.
Terrific. And we'll spell out those acronyms in just a little bit when we talk more about those programs. Cedric, how about you?
Thank you. In addition to what Sophia said, I think soft power is about winning hearts and minds by demonstrating that a country's way of life, policies, and culture is worth emulating. I think I can end up there. She gave good examples that actually align with what I was going to give. And I think in the conversation, we can dive deep into what this means.
That sounds great. So no, I love the hearts and mind sort of formulation, right? It's about an appeal to an ethos, to a sensibility. It is about a sort of person-to-person appeal when international relations is so often conducted at the level of nation states. We're talking about people, their relationships with each other, and through, in particular, the sectors that you both work in. Sophia, you have worked primarily in the private sector. Cedric, you've worked in the nonprofit and international organization sector. We had a couple of other rising leaders who were slated to join us today who work in the government sector, and unfortunately their work obligations called them away today. But all of these different sectors of society have a role to play in soft power. And so I guess I'd like to start with a kind of a more specific question in contextualizing soft power with respect to the relative decline that we've been talking about of democracy around the world in the last decade or so. So as competing models of governance vie for influence in today's world, particularly thinking about authoritarian models, and with it a return to great power competition, sort of exemplified by the Russian invasion of Ukraine and military conflict that comes along with that. What does soft power look like in practice to each of you? Cedric, perhaps you can start this time.
I think in practice, the soft power, I'll see it as a tool of promoting democracy in a sense, because as we know, it helps nations achieve foreign policy goals without resorting to threats or economic sanctions. So, and in that sense, in a practice, is that creating long-lasting relationships with countries, and it has to be, as we all know, in an increasingly interconnected, complex world, the appeal of democratic values such as freedom, human rights, the rule of law can still resonate globally. And however, leveraging soft power to promote democracy require intentionality and adaptability. And those are actually in practical how it should look like. Focusing on that intentionality and adaptability and an understanding of the challenges it faces today, which can go from credibility and integrity to local context and more. But democracy must lead by example, because the failure to uphold democracy values domestically can undermine the legitimacy and efforts to promote democracy abroad. So we should be leading by example. And of course, coming back to the definition I gave above, our way of living, policy, and everything should be something to be emulated by other nations, or friends, or allies.
Let me just kind of pull out a couple of, I think, really important things that you kind of mentioned there. On one hand, you talked about how soft power is a combination of both the sort of the principles and the practice, right? Yes. And that the practice itself has to be something that the United States conducts overseas, but in terms of being able for it to be sort of as resonant as possible, we actually have to practice the same things at home. I really like that formulation. Sophia, how about you? What does soft power look like in practice?
Yeah, so actually this dovetails very nicely with the Aspen Rising Leaders Program, because me and a few others from my cohort had written our policy paper about what a U.S. response to the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative would look like. And, during our research, we found what an important tool development aid is as a for building soft power. The retrenchment of the U.S. has really, in the last decade, has really left a vacuum that has been filled by non-democratic rivals like China. And again, doing our background research, looking at how successful the Marshall Plan was in rebuilding Europe and then cementing foundations for a transatlantic relationship that has withstood a real test of time. And it has gone through some times, especially in the last decade. And so, looking today in what is really necessary, there's a 16 trillion, $15 trillion infrastructure gap by 2040 that needs to be filled. There is like a global challenge that can be met with an amazing force of strength from the US in development aid. And I think it was in his Senate Foreign Relations Committee hearing, confirmation hearing, that Marco Rubio said that he would be looking at future development aid that would only make the US stronger, safer, and more prosperous. And he would be looking at all foreign assistance within that lens. And I would argue that if we're going to go about doing this, it is bolstering US alliances, it is forging new ones, it's promoting democratic values abroad. And then finally, within all of that, it's inherently creating a more stable world. So yes, we are safer, yes, we are stronger, and yes, we are more prosperous because we are leading the charge. So obviously I feel very passionate about this, so forgive me.
Clearly you do, and that's wonderful. And I think, one of the things that you've both emphasized rightly, and in my view, is the importance of development aid in particular. I mean, recalling that it was under when Hillary Clinton was the Secretary of State that the U.S. State Department for the first time put out the quadrennial diplomacy and development review. So kind of combining the two things, right? Bringing development kind of squarely into this soft power space that we're talking about here. And Sophia, one of the things that you said that I would really like to emphasize is that, it's not just democracies that do this, right? China does it too, for example, right?
Yes.
We've been talking for at least 2, if not 3 decades about the Chinese charm offensive, which is what we are sort of describing when we talk about soft power. And crucial to the Chinese soft power, push has been its development aid, right? That you mentioned the Belt and Road Initiative. What other countries do you think are sort of as effective or are kind of enacting other soft power strategies on the global stage that we ought to be thinking about? China is a great example. Cedric, any other countries that you could point to, particularly in your sector or, in context that you know more about?
I think other countries actually that led to the paper that I published with my colleague last year in December that focuses on the geopolitics of food systems. Basically looking how sometimes food can be used as both a weapon of war or actually as a solution at the same time. So yes, there is example of China influence on Africa, for example. By the way, I'm originally from Rwanda, so that speak really deeply to my work. And so when it comes, I'm going to focus on food security. There was a long time we've been seeing like development aid and all that, and then China comes in with kind of business transaction debt trap and all that. So it's important that countries like USA, Europe, or any other countries that want to develop relationship with Africa, they actually focus on the local context, meet them where the African nations, what are their priority, because we know if Africa is focused on feeding its people, for example, it's important that to see how US as a country with the technology and agriculture, research, advancement, and all that, how do we create that relationship that will foster those kind of a long-term prosperity in both countries. So in a soft power influence, US has had a hold on Africa for a while, but again, if it's not, they don't revise their approach, again, that China is going to, for sure, kind of have more influence because it's important that as we evolve, we reevaluate our approach and to have the middle ground with our allies and the partners. So I can list this country and these countries, but I think my message here is that, like in any relationships, it has to be have a mutual respect and understanding that this because a partner, whoever you are supporting, whoever you are building those relationship with, there is in the long term there'll be reciprocity, and in focusing on that comes with how do I understand what they need? Because a lot of resources has been wasted over time, especially on Africa, in terms of the approach that was not yielding long-term results. And now it's time to reevaluate.
Thank you, Cedric. I mean, I think, your emphasis on the importance of reciprocity is a really crucial one, right? And sort of a mutual understanding and respect. And at the same time, the recognition that this is a real competition happening, right? If the United States doesn't succeed, then China is going to step in to fill the gap. And we can think about other, competitive elements that might be playing out here. I want to kind of pick up on those observations and turn to non-governmental actors that are also crucial in the soft power push, or that are crucial in working with government. And Sophia, I want to ask you to talk about, given your background in media industry and in government as well, how do you believe that public-private partnerships, in particular, multi-sector partnerships, can really amplify soft power strategies to promote democracy?
Okay, so this is where I think America really shines. So there is a program called the International Visitor Leadership Program, IVLP, that I worked for in my early 20s as a liaison. And this program it brings around 5,000 people, international visitors who have been nominated as leaders in their fields from all over the world to come on a 3-week program for professional development, as well as a unique understanding of how the US works every year. And the beauty of this program is that it is run by the State Department, so you have them at the top. And then there is an NGO, a national program agency, that really gets into the nitty-gritty of where these visitors are going to go, who they're going to meet with. And then they travel across the US to like 4 or 5 different cities. And then you have community-based members that are creating their bespoke programs and finding out who to meet with, right? So you have government, you have NGOs, you have then for the private sector that meets with visitors, you have academia. When I was a liaison, we came to the Korbel School with one of my foreign policy groups. It was an excellent meeting. We met with media. We went to like local high schools. So, I mean, there's just a real beauty in how this system works and how much time was volunteered by these private organizations and even by these community-based members. And I know I've been talking a while, but if you'll forgive me, based on this topic of democratic resilience, I remember I was thinking as I was preparing about all the different projects I did, and there was one called Accountability and Government, which was not the most, it was a dry type of material for me as a liaison. But I remember it was a lot of people that had come from nascent democracies that were struggling with rule of law and struggling with corruption. And it wasn't just that we like, okay, told them like, hey, we're in the States and we do this thing great. No, we met with a lot of local governments that were struggling themselves with issues with corruption. And the US was so honest about kind of laying bare all of our flaws. And I remember, we met with local governments. We met with a local high school that did civics education and talking about that importance. And then we met with the Los Angeles Times and like what underpins a good democracy. It's freedom of press, strong educational institutions, and then strong government institutions. And this honest discussion of our faults, I think, really gave the visitors something to think about and bring back to their countries. And it's like a kind of, hey, here are some best practices and here are things that didn't work. And you can kind of find a way to make all of that work. So anyway, I could talk about this forever, but
That's wonderful. Thank you. And really evocative in terms of the different ways in which, at various different levels of government and in various different kind of walks of life, that kind of demonstration effect is so crucial. You're reminding me of reading Alexis de Tocqueville in graduate school and thinking, Tocqueville telling us how important that 2 centuries ago, seeing that civic associationalism here in the United States and watching, indeed, as you just described, Americans trying to kind of collectively figure out our own problems is crucial to that practice and that demonstration of democracy. So thanks for that. And the leadership, the International Visitor Leadership Program sounds extraordinary. I'll come back to your point about the new Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. Do you think it is something that will be continued over the next few years, or do you worry about it?
I mean, it has lasted 60 years and it has had some very high profile graduates. I mean, I can talk about, Boutros Ghali, Tony Blair, Margaret Thatcher, Nicolas Sarkozy. I mean, you name it, they've invited them when they were not prime ministers and secretary generals of the UN. And so, I mean, I think Secretary Rubio is strategic enough to understand the importance of the ties that bind and how important this program is in making that happen. So I'm going to take an optimistic view.
Terrific. What an incredible list of alumni, indeed. Cedric, come back to you and think about, your work again with the nonprofit sector and international organizations, and in particular in global food security, as you were describing. You're addressing through that work basic human needs, right? Are kind of addressing human rights like the right to food and improving food systems productively framed as an exercise of soft power? And, in addition to the intrinsic value, the value of actually sort of ensuring that people are fed, what are the sorts of other foreign policy outcomes that programs like that can help achieve?
Yes, absolutely. Human rights effort like improving food security and food systems in overall can be the effectively framed as a form of soft power, because food security represents a universal need and a moral imperative, making it ideal avenue for fostering goodwill and trust across borders. For example, nations and organizations that lead efforts to build resilience in food systems, they position themselves as partners in developing and earning respect and influence in a global arena, for example. And this approach aligns with the principles of soft power by sharing the perception and winning support through attractions and shared value rather than threat and transactional aid. Improving food system transcends its intrinsic value of addressing hunger and malnutrition in fostering long-term relationship with countries and communities, and of course, opening pathways to collaboration in trade, innovation, and diplomacy. For instance, countries that provide technical expertise, funding, or policy support for agricultural development, they demonstrate a commitment to equitable global development and enhancing their reputation as a leader in humanitarian and sustainable efforts. So, of the outcomes that comes from this such approach or this initiative includes strengthening partnerships. For example, collaboration on food security can lead alliances and partnerships, particularly with the developing nations seeking support for their agriculture and nutritional challenges. Regional stability. We all know that food security often exacerbates conflicts and migration. Addressing hunger can mitigate these risks, fostering regional stability and security. And again, the global influence, because countries recognized for championing food security gain influence in multilateral organization and good global governance is shaping their international norms and the policies. So we can also talk about the economic opportunities, because by supporting robust food systems, the nations also contribute to economic development and partnerships with those other countries, which can lead to increased trade, investment, and shared prosperity. But again, the most critical part also goes to the trust and the reciprocity, like which I said earlier. The human rights-based soft power builds trust, making partner nations more likely to support a donor country positioning on broader geopolitical issues. Basically, in my work, I've witnessed how improving food systems can catalyze those outcomes. And for example, one actually example that I always remember is if when we were introducing quinoa to Rwanda as a new crop, not only enhanced the nutrition livelihood, but also fostered connections between Rwanda and international partners who provided technical and financial support. So such efforts exemplify the transformative potential food security initiatives as a tool of soft power that benefit both the recipient and the donor in a meaningful and lasting way.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Cedric. You're also reminding me of graduate school and reading Joseph Nye, who of course coined the concept of soft power, and some of the things that you just emphasized in that example. The sort of the power of attraction as opposed to compellence and deterrence, which are the tools of hard power. The importance of sort of emphasizing collective gain and mutual gain as opposed to a sort of zero-sum competitive approach to international relations, and that's a really nice example of all of those things. Let me just follow up with one very just quick question. Is that your educational background, including your PhD, is in agricultural science? How do you see the role of higher education and science cooperation in particular as elements of soft power promotion?
I think I see that as an idea for bolstering democratic resilience through the soft power, because investing in education and the empowerment of youth as a change agent, it's critical. Education is not only the cornerstone of democratic societies, but also a critical vehicle for spreading democratic values globally. For example, it's what I came to the US to get my graduate school, master's and PhD degree in agriculture, but the work I've been doing back in Africa and other developing countries is because of the knowledge and skills that I gained in the US, and that the impact are massive because sharing that knowledge and the critical thinking, because I feel like promoting inclusivity, high quality education, particularly programs that focuses on civic engagement, critical thinking, and global citizenship, nations can inspire new generation of leaders to embrace champion democratic principles.
Yeah, and of course the Aspen Security Group's Rising Leaders programs is an example of that. Sophia, you and I were just talking before we joined the panel how important this cohort has been to you, and similar kind of groups that you're no doubt connected with. Thinking now about your role as rising leaders in this space and the sort of next generation, who'll be leading us in efforts to promote democracy and sort of roll back democratic decline. What do you see, Sophia, as some of the most pressing concerns on the minds of emerging leaders, on global democracy, foreign policy?
I mean, honestly, it's that people need to get involved. Democracy belongs to all of us. So, I mean, it's great that there are small cohorts of us that are involved and want to be at the forefront of these things. But I encourage everybody to take their democracy in their own hands. Volunteer, get involved. If IVLP sounds like something that is interesting to anyone that's on this feed right now, there are definitely community-based members, CBMs, in like all over the US. Volunteer with them. Open your home to international visitors. All right, show them, an evening of home hospitality, which is something that, IVLP does. Or I don't know, go a step further and try and join the Peace Corps. I mean, now more than ever, that is so important. I, just moved cities and I'm trying to kind of figure out where I can fit in and where I can help here in New York. So, I mean, if you guys have any great ideas, please share. But I think that is really what's on all of our minds, is to keep everybody engaged.
A great reminder that this kind of activity promoting democratic resilience is something that takes place from the local to the global levels, which is something that we very much emphasize across all of our master's programs here at the Korbel School. And I think both of you have really demonstrated in describing the work that you've done, the importance of connecting all of those different levels of governance. Just to wrap up, one last question. We try to end things on an inspiring note. And both of you have been very inspiring throughout the conversation, and I appreciate the great stories. One more idea for bolstering democratic resilience through soft power that you might like our audience to take away from this panel, with a particular view to our students here at the Korbel School. Both of you have been master's students at American institutions of higher education. Any last thing that you'd like to say to the leaders of tomorrow? Cedric?
I think for the leaders of tomorrow, students and all the other emerging leaders, my message to them is that think of democracy as more than just a political structure. It's a practice, let's say, not practical, but a practice that is rooted in collective actions, shared values, and a continuous dialogue. Please engage in community building efforts. Advocate for equitable access to resources and collaborate. It's important to collaborate across borders to address global challenges like food security, climate change, human rights, and public health, among many other global challenges we are facing today. So by doing so, you not only strengthen democratic resilience, but also you position yourself as a steward of soft power. And by demonstrating that solution grounded in inclusivity and corporations are the most enduring. Ultimately, maybe my closing message will be the key idea is that soft power lies in the relationships we build, the trust we cultivate, and the inspiration we spark in others. Sophia knows, and my fellow rising readers, we know how critical that program was in these key few words that I just said. And for students and emerging readers, embracing this mindset is the first step towards fostering democracies that withstand and adapt to future challenges.
Wonderful, wonderfully inspiring. And how about you, Sophia? And any final words of encouragement?
Words of encouragement, more so just a reminder that democracy is flawed, and sometimes we need to remember that and not get down, and more just like, again, echoing everything Cedric said so beautifully, just try and find solutions. And most of the time that has to do with being able to build relationships and have a dialogue. But remember that democracy sometimes is flawed, and that's okay. And that's why it's democracy, and that's why it's beautiful.
Indeed, and it's a very good reminder, right, that it requires, as Cedric just said, and per your diagnosis, Sophia, it requires our constant attention, our constant vigilance, and our constant practice. We're so grateful that there are folks like you in the world committed to this work. Thank you so much for joining us here at the Denver Democracy Summit, Sophia and Cedric. It's been a real pleasure. Really grateful to you, and look forward to the chance to talk again soon.
Thank you so
for
much.
having us.
That was fascinating. I have mostly thought about soft power through the lens of the Netflix shows that I'm watching. Squid
Counts.
Game going viral around the world and teaching me more than I thought I'd know about South Korea. But I really hadn't considered, in particular, food as soft power, as a way of, building relationships between countries and fostering collaboration.
Well, there are, soft power takes so many forms, food, music, film, dress,
Yep.
all of those things. I thought it was a great conversation. Great, great work by Naz and the panelists to really tease out the various dimensions of soft power. Quick shout out, by the way, to the Aspen Security Forum and its Rising Leaders program. They're great partners. So we've had the privilege of having sessions the last 2 summers at the Aspen Security Forum in Aspen. Indeed, the last one last summer was on soft power with Joe Nye and others on the panel. So it's a surprise. It's one of those things that's it's sort of an afterthought often in in foreign policy, but it really does matter. I mean, I was just thinking, listening to it, what's the evidence that it matters? One evidence is the lengths to which China, Russia, and others seek to undermine it. So they're constantly trying to tell a negative story about the US, that it's a dystopian place, highlighting, we have our problems, to be sure, but really painting a terrible picture of the US to their publics. Why do that? You do that because it matters what publics think. Even autocracies have to be aware of publics. And so these kinds of connections actually matter a lot. And one evidence is, as I said, the ways in which countries try to undermine it all the time.
I had a fascinating and troubling conversation when I was in Beijing with a friend. We'd go on runs together. He was from Eswatini in Africa, and we were both thinking about, what model his country would be best served by. Was it the United States model of liberal democracy? Was it China's model of, capitalist authoritarianism? And he was incredibly persuaded that it was China's model. It was China's model that would help lift people out of poverty. To some degree, rights be damned. And the other thing that struck me from that experience, not just that conversation, but being in class with people who are from the US, from China, from other countries around the world, the Iraq War kept coming up as this moment where the US fell in the eyes of folks from around the world, at least of my generation. And to me, that emphasizes, how much of this goes back to not our adversaries and the competition with them, but what we choose to do on our own terms and how we serve our people and what we choose to do in the world.
Yeah, well, the images at Abu Ghraib and elsewhere that circulated at that time, the way in which we conducted parts of the war on terror, were incredibly damaging. So that's a kind of the negative soft power, as it were, and yes, damaging. And you point to, it's a bit of an oversimplification, but the world is in some be deciding. Many people are deciding whether the China model or the American model, the U.S. model, that are the way they want to go. And in a lot of ways, this whole conversation we've been having in the last 2 days is ultimately about, can we make democracy work? Can we figure this? Can we demonstrate to the world that this is a better path, that lives will be improved in a democracy, that we can address the problems, that we can collaborate with each other. That's why it matters so much that we strengthen democracy and that democracies be effective, because we are in a contest right now. There's all kinds of polling data that suggests that people who live in democracies are more dissatisfied with their governments than people in many autocracies, for example. So you're right to point to that phenomenon, that there are many people in the world who say, wait a minute, democracy doesn't seem to be working, kind of like this other model.
100%. And another through line across yesterday's conversations and today's panels is this question of the information ecosystem. Both what's happening on social media, whether countries can control the social media, the online conversation, as China has done quite successfully. And I'm in almost every single one of these conversations, my brain has gone back to local news and journalism and has gone back to the media ecosystem. And so I'm really looking forward to this next panel in particular, focused on Colorado's media and democracy landscape. So we will pass things over to our moderator, Lynn Schofield Clark, who's a professor and director of the ESLO International Center for Journalism and New Media.
Hi, and welcome to the panel on media and democracy. My name is Lynn Schofield Clark, and I'm a professor in the Department of Media, Film, and Journalism Studies at the University of Denver. And I also serve as director of the Oslo International Center for Journalism and New Media. And I'm very pleased that you're able to join us today. We have three excellent contributors to the discussion of journalism and democracy who will help us to understand more about the situation, particularly as it relates to Colorado. With us today is Laura Frank, who is executive director of the Colorado News Lab. Laura pioneered collaborative journalism in Colorado as the founder of what was then known as iNews, a nonprofit investigative news organization that merged with Rocky Mountain Public Media in 2013. And as executive director of Colorado Lab, she now works with more than 180 news outlets in their communities across Colorado to make democracy stronger by making local news stronger. Also with us today is Corey Hutchins, who is an award-winning journalist and educator. Corey serves as an advisor for the Colorado Media Project and serves on the board of the state chapter of the Society of Professional Journalists. He's also an educator at Colorado College and is a reporter. Many of you may know his work as someone who reports on the Colorado media scene. He also has been very involved in the state integrity investigation, which is a risk analysis for corruption in all 50 states of government, published by the Center for Public Integrity. And also on our panel today is Johanna Ujoa, who is Senior Advocacy Program Manager at Colorado Trust. Johanna is a psychologist and social worker from Bogota, Colombia, and Colorado Trust, where she works, has played a role in supporting philanthropic efforts throughout Colorado and partnerships beyond as well, to better understand and then also to enrich the news landscape in Colorado. She's been involved in initiatives, in particular in relation to an organization called Press Forward, and she'll be telling us a little bit more about that as well. I'm going to start off by asking us if I could ask each of our panelists to tell us a little bit about your own journey into these questions of journalism and democracy and how your organizations are working now to address the moment that we find ourselves in. So maybe if I could start with you, Laura, if you could talk a little bit about your own work and how what you're doing with Colorado Labs.
Oh, thanks, Lynn. It's great to be here with Corey and Johanna, who are doing so much in this space. Like you said, I'm the executive director of CoLab, which works with 180 news organizations all around the state, trying to help them do better reporting and have better connection. How did I get here? The first half of my career, I was an investigative reporter in newspapers and documentary, and my personal mission was trying to empower people to right wrongs. The second half of my career has been trying to make sure those trustworthy sources of news better serve their communities so that there's a connection between healthy news organizations and a healthy democracy. And that last part is really important. They need to be connected. News organizations need to be connected to community, to be responsive to what people need, and to understand how to make that information accessible to everybody in ways that people can understand and connect with.
Thank you, Laura. And Corey, can I turn to you? Can you talk a little bit about how your background relates to questions of journalism and democracy?
Sure. Well, if you want to have a healthy democracy, you have to have a healthy news and information ecosystem. There's an organization called Democracy Fund that for about a decade or so has been rounding up research studies, academic reports, news reports that show over and over again how important particularly local news is to democracy. And we know what happens when news organizations, robust news organizations, disappear from communities. Corruption can flourish. Less people are civically engaged. Fewer people vote. Fewer people run for office. Pollution can rise. Municipal bond rates can rise. All sorts of bad things happen when people don't have access to the information they need to be free and self-governing and make the decisions in their lives. And so what we do at the Journalism Institute at Colorado College is put a heavy emphasis on the importance of local news in the classroom, teaching students who want to become journalists to go work in local news, but also researching where people are getting their local news and information in all 64 counties in Colorado. We partnered with DU on the Colorado News Mapping Project, along with Laura's group CoLab, Colorado Media Project, and others. And it's been an ongoing effort that we published in 2022, where every week we're adding and unfortunately sometimes taking away some of the sources off of our interactive map that show where people are getting their local news and information. A trend that we've seen is that newspapers, unfortunately, are or have been disappearing from communities, and we're always interested in where people are going to fill those gaps. They have to find out what's going on in their community if they can act, and there's no better educator than the press, as Ida B. Wells once said.
Thanks so much, Corey. And I think we'll return to that in just a minute so that we can talk a little bit more in depth about what's going on in Colorado. Johanna, can you tell us a little bit about your background and perhaps you want to relate this to Colorado Trust, which funded the study that Corey was mentioning?
Yes, thank you so much. So my journey, and in terms of media, I have to say I'm I think the only journalist who's part of this panel, so I can talk about my experience and how I end up working with journalism and the media. So I'm from Bogota, Colombia, and I came to this country as a grown-up woman. And unfortunately, in many of the work that I have done through Central and South America, I have seen kind of the decline in civil engagement, civic engagement, democracy. And one of the main factors that need to happen for that to occur in any country is the kind of distrust in media and having media that is not trusted by community and that is not reporting what is actually happening. I have seen that happen over and over again in different countries, including Nicaragua, Venezuela. And so that is one of the first kind of encounters that I have with media and especially with democracy. Now, when it comes to my work at the Colorado Trust, our mission is that all Coloradans have fair and equal opportunities to live a healthy and productive life, regardless of their race, their ethnicity, their income, where they live. And I think it will be important to elevate the connection between receiving information and being able to have those healthy lives. We need to know what's going on around ourselves, what's going on around our communities, what's going on with the government, what's going on with our local and hyper-local democratic systems. And news is very important to fulfill that role. So that's part of the work that we do at the Colorado Trust. We are not a media funder, we are a policy funder. And through that connection is that we're funding our media work.
Thank you. And so one of the things that I think we all are thinking about today and this week has been about how people have been getting news in Colorado, what they've been learning, how they've been learning, what kinds of sources are available and are no longer. And Corey has alluded to this. So I'm going to turn to you first, Corey, if you could tell us a little bit about what, in journalism studies, we often use the term news desert. Obviously, Colorado has mountains rather than deserts, but we still use that term. So I'm wondering if you could tell us a little bit about what news deserts mean as a term and how does that apply to Colorado?
Well, I sure hope one day there will be news mountains, news peaks, and fewer news valleys and news deserts, because what unfortunately we're seeing is the spread of the latter, and that's a real problem. A news desert, you can look at it in a few ways. I think one way that the definition I use is if there's a county that no longer has a local news source serving it explicitly. And if you think about particularly rural counties that don't have a TV station nearby or a radio station nearby, it's usually a newspaper. And over the past decade and a half, too many newspapers have gone out of business in Colorado. I think 5 just in the past few months alone here in Colorado on our rural Eastern Plains have blinked out. In at least 2 instances, one came back to life. A local decided to save it. The other is just kind of hanging on. They appealed to the community, told them about their plight. The community reacted, and that's nice to see. But in other places, we've seen them disappear. And they're particularly these days in rural parts of the state. And so what we're interested in is where, as I said before, where are people getting to find their news and information when that happens? And I'll give you a good example, or an interesting example. I don't want to put a value judgment on it just yet. Out of Cheyenne County in Colorado, which is about 2 hours east of Colorado Springs, 1,700 people, rural community, lost its newspaper in 2022. And where people are going is a Facebook page. And you ought to check out this story that Rocky Mountain PBS and a great reporter, Chase McCleary, just published a couple days ago, looking at how Facebook moderators have taken on the role of community information brokers in their communities. And he does a fascinating mini profile of a few of these moderators of Facebook groups in rural communities in Colorado that lost their local newspaper. And one of those is in Cheyenne, and he talked to the moderator of that page about how the page came about and how they see themselves now in this new role. And interestingly, one of the things that the moderator, the administrator said is, I'm not a journalist, but also acknowledging that they've kind of had to take on a different role in the community. So those are some of the things. Obviously, Facebook is not the only, and should not be, the only thing to fill that void. We're seeing Substack newsletters. There's something that I call the rise of the one-person newsroom. It's typically in a community where a local reporter has left the local news organization for one reason or another. Usually it's burnout, probably, or low pay, staffing. Something that Laura will talk about, being fried and frozen, and decided to start their own outlet. And they have to take on the role of publisher, editor, advertiser, and everything else, and usually kind of appeal to the community for support. We've seen that in northern Colorado and out in mountain towns, and it's just another development that we're tracking.
Yeah, thank you, Corey. That was great and such good information for us to think about how differently people are receiving news. And I wanted to turn to Laura because I know your work with the CoLab has been to look into innovative models and partnerships that are already happening, and then also help to spark some of those. And first, I guess I'd like to ask if you could explain what fried and frozen is, and how does that relate to this question?
Yes, I'd be happy to. Fried and frozen is the phrase that we have started using to describe the situation on the ground in news organizations, not only throughout Colorado, but throughout the rest of the country. And they're fried, they're overwhelmed, understaffed, underfunded, and they're also frozen. They're not quite sure what they should do first or how to fix their situation. And what they really need are some hands-on help, some feet on the ground. And so that's what we're trying to do. Maybe you can think of it as a kind of reverse franchise model. How can we help especially rural news organizations, but also, Corey was talking about news deserts. There are news mirages and news deserts, mirages where it looks like there may be coverage, but there really isn't, deserts where there just really isn't coverage. And how do we help those places do more with the resources that we have? So we are trying to help people connect in that way and have efficiencies and be more effective when they're working together. So fried and frozen is the challenge that we're trying to overcome.
Yeah, thank you. So let's go to Joanna, if you want to talk a little bit about what you think communities need. You mentioned this in your introduction when you were helping us to have an international perspective on this question. Your mandate is for Colorado. So what are you thinking that communities need, and what funders can do to help facilitate and address those needs?
I think I can answer that, the tail end of the question you just asked, and also addressing this one. So I think one of the things that from an outsider perspective, that the media ecosystem is like an inflection point, both facing structural and identity challenges. And I think the identity challenges are the ones that are surfacing right now that I am really interested in having. From being like the only trusted source of information, we have seen newsrooms thinking about how can they fight for clicks, engagement, funding, simultaneously trying to maintaining their journalistic integrity. So I think there is a lot that is happening here in Colorado and nationwide in terms of the integrity and the structure of the media. And then that comes to be married with how communities receive information. So I think what I have seen as an immigrant to this country is that people get information. People are actually able to find information that they need. So we have seen, for example, that is true to Colorado and nation, that a lot of immigrants use WhatsApp. It depends on what age demographic you have. People are using TikTok to receive their news. There are people who are kind of transferring in terms of the media and the infrastructure on how to use TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, all these different ways to provide information to communities. So I think there is this both identity, like I said, and structural changes that are happening here in Colorado that I think is alike nationwide.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. And I think you raise a really good point that all three of you have talked about, really, which is the importance of social media, that the role that social media are playing increasingly in the distribution of news. So you've talked about Facebook, Substack, TikTok, WhatsApp. And I guess I'm also curious about the institutions that have been in society prior to these social media entities that used to interface with traditional journalism, but maybe now are finding other outlets, and things like what about libraries or schools or local nonprofits that also have a vested interest in public life and that want to see people who are informed about the choices that they can make and the impacts that policies are having on their lives. What are the roles of these kinds of stakeholders, including when I say schools? I was thinking K-12, but obviously higher ed is part of that as well. So I'm wondering, maybe if Laura, would you start to tell us a little bit about what kinds of roles these various organizations are playing in bridging the information gap in Colorado, and what kinds of things do you see as possibilities?
Oh, it's exciting. One of the things I get to do as the Woolsey visiting professor of the practice at DU is have a class, several classes. And the one that I'm teaching, we actually just a few days ago took a look at the newest Pew Research data on influencers. And there, no matter what the size of a community, there are influencers in that community. And Pew found that more than 3/4 of these influencers have no connection, no formal connection to any kind of news organization. So that means we can assume they have no connection probably to any kind of journalism code of ethics or kind of the history and custom of how news gets created, reported, and disseminated. So one of the things the class is doing is looking at, well, if we look at those folks in a community as a resource, and we have these other resources in local journalism, how could we connect those? And how could what we call communities of influence, COI, C-O-I is how we shortcut that. How could we tap into these communities of influence that may be the public library, the parent-teacher conference groups, those civic organizations? How can those resources be brought to bear in disseminating, in both collecting and disseminating the news? So I think you're going to see a lot of this happening all over the country, but it's especially something that we're focused here in Colorado, because we're really looking at cross-sector collaboration. And I've been working with Corey and about a dozen other universities and colleges around the state to look at how we could formalize that, how we could operationalize that sort of cross-sector collaboration. And we're looking at, can we address this fried and frozen dilemma by creating an operations network? We're calling it News OpNet, that combines the work that's happening, like Corey and his students are doing, with some of the funding that Johanna and her funders with Press Forward are supporting. And could we bring in retired and volunteer experts in all kinds of areas of expertise? Could we bring those folks all together, kind of a multi-generational approach to things, so that we can begin to address some of the fried and frozen challenges, and we can reach out and connect with people who currently, there are lots, and I know Johanna can talk a lot about this, there are a lot of communities within our communities that just aren't connected with formal news organizations at all, and there are many reasons for that, and I'll let her talk about that. But it's really one of the things we're most concerned about. How do we make sure that everyone within a community has access to information that they can receive in a format and language that they can receive it in? So I know I've packed a lot in there. I'll step back and let everybody else fill in.
Thank you, Laura. And let's go to Johanna. Why don't you talk a little bit about the issue of communities and access, various communities within Colorado that may or may not have this kind of access, and what are the costs of not having that access, and how are people filling in those gaps, and in ways that you might like or not?
Yeah, I think there are many reasons, like Laura said, and why people either don't have access or don't want to have access to formal journalists. And I think some of that is around trust. So we know that unfortunately journalism, not just in this country, has been used to push agendas, and we're seeing that recently, that are counter to the well-being of very specific communities, in particularly traditionally marginalized communities. So there is a history of harm done and mistrust that exists that it needs to be addressed in order to move forward when we're talking about journalism as a profession. Now, when we're talking about cross-sector partnerships, I think I want to elevate what Laura's talking about. We have nonprofit organizations, and quite frankly, we have community members that are trusted because they are from the community, within the community. They do vet the information they're receiving to the best of their abilities, thinking what is best for their community. So I think collaboration between journalist sources and these trusted sources of information is essential. It is essential for communities. So when you're asking what do communities lose, there is so much that it can be lost, and we have seen examples through the pandemic. We have seen examples in democracy. We have seen examples around the world what can be lost. But I think the conversation needs to shift about what is the identity of journalism in relation to communities, and how can nonprofit organizations and community leaders help bridge that relationship in a way that it benefits all of the partners in that partnership, that is not transactional.
Yes, thank you. I wanted, Laura had also mentioned Corey's class and the work that your class is doing in relation to some of the addressing of communities that may be underserved right now in news. And I'm wondering if we could give our audience some specific examples of how these things are playing out. I know Corey has examples, and I think Laura does as well, in terms of classes and the partnerships that are formed in Colorado in relation between higher education institutions and our students, and the news needs that we're finding. So Corey, can I ask you to talk a little bit about your class?
Yeah. So the Colorado News Mapping Project that I talked about earlier actually came out of a class at Colorado College called The Future and Sustainability of Local News. That was a partnership with CoLab, Colorado Media Project, and researchers at the University of Denver. So once we got a sense of where people were getting their local news and information, and put it on this interactive map that you can find at CoLab's website. And by the way, I should say, because it goes back to the previous question that you were both talking about, it's not just like traditional, like what we call legacy news sources on there. There are community centers and places like that. And the reason they exist on the map is because we wanted to reflect the reality of what people were telling us where they get their local news and information. And sometimes it was a local community organization or something like that. There's also a movement now to map those kind of sources of information. I just did a big piece for the conversation about like the evolution of news mapping. And the latest research and thinking on that is to reach out to what people are calling civic information providers, and make sure that that could be anything from a local small business to a local chamber of commerce to the library, as you discussed. And so people are creating something called the local news registry that's trying to create a national picture and look at that. Here at Colorado College and the Journalism Institute, when it comes to what we did after we mapped it, now we're thinking about what we can do now that we know. So we know that a particular county lost its newspaper, Cheyenne County. So I'm working with 5 students here at CC for their practicum, where they are, I mentioned that large Facebook group. So there's 1,700 people in the county. The Facebook group has 1,600 members. Clearly, that's where people are going to share information and find out the scoop in their community. So what we're not seeing there is a lot of civic information. And so the students are requesting through the open records laws information from local municipalities in Cheyenne County. We have, for instance, gotten all the incident reports from the local sheriff's office to see what trends we can find when it comes to that. The people in the community, and we're asking the community what they want. And some people said we used to find out like basic information about just who died because there were obituaries in the paper. So we're going to work with the county coroner to see to what extent we can provide that kind of information that used to appear in the paper, and people just don't know who's not living there anymore, right? We are getting all of the we've gotten the towns and the county to record their meetings and then send us the recordings of those meetings. So we're going to use technology. We're looking to talk to an engineer, hopefully this week, about ways in which we can use this new artificial intelligence technology to access all of those hours and hours and hours of government meetings and see to what extent we can summarize them in a way that we can post directly. And this is interesting, directly. We're not starting up a news outlet there. We're posting it directly where the people are, into that Facebook group, with the input of the community about what they want to know, answering their questions as simple as, we don't even know. Someone asked, can you just tell us who won the latest elections? And so that was one of the first pieces of original reporting we posted right to that page. And so we've collected all this data now, we're sifting through it. And a real big question is, we know we can probably provide it. Our big question is, to what extent do people care? And that's what I'm really fascinated about. Like, what information do they want to know? And when we provide it, to what extent does it have an impact?
Yeah, I mean, that raises such a good question. Oh, I'm sorry. It sounds like Laura wants to say
No,
something.
I was
go
just
ahead.
going to say, I love what Corey's doing. And it's just an example of the kind of really innovative and creative things that are happening in our colleges all around the state, beyond too, I'm sure, but especially here in Colorado. And I think Johanna would agree, because she interacts with people on a national level so often through the press forward work that she does. Colorado has really become known as being on the cutting edge of this kind of innovation and trying to figure out questions like Corey just described. So I didn't mean to interrupt you, Lynn. Go ahead.
Oh, no, that's okay. I was going to tie what Corey was saying to some national research about trust. I mean, that actually the kinds of things that you're talking about, Corey, really do reflect the fact that people, when they're asked about how they trust news, they do trust local news, or they trust people who are local entities or community members as deliverers of news over national organizations. And so it's really helpful that you say that, because as you were talking about the Facebook group, I was thinking of the students and others in the audience today who probably are thinking, well, one question we haven't talked about yet is misinformation and disinformation. And at least I know that the research at this point has been showing that when people feel like they can trust local people to deliver those kinds of facts about who won this election, or what is happening with this policy, or what is happening, how are Coloradans responding to changing policy dynamics, that's something that is increasingly going to be important, I think. So I'm curious, I guess, if I could ask about how we're thinking about mis and disinformation in Colorado. If you have some experiences with how that played out in relation to this last election, or if you want to speak to initiative that you know of that are trying to address these kinds of issues, particularly in relation to news deserts, where we do know that disinformation is more likely to flourish. So I'm going to throw that open. I'm not really sure who would like to speak to that first, but anyone who would like to talk about disinformation, I think we'd have many people in the audience who'd like to hear your thoughts.
Well, I would say that I think of misinformation and disinformation and polarization kind of in the same breath, because we know that they're related. And I don't know if you guys remember the classic movie, The Blob. If you don't, it was a kind of a horror movie where this big pink blob was rolling over everything. And I think of the misinformation and the polarization that's happening on a national level as the blob, and it's coming toward our local towns and countrysides. And so the misinformation and the polarization is headed this way. And that's why I think local news is really the thing that stops the blob. I can actually remember what stops the blob in the movie, maybe the army, I don't remember. But in my scenario, when I'm thinking about this in a visual way, the blob gets stopped because at the local level, it's much harder to share misinformation and disinformation about things that everybody might have some knowledge of. I know the person who is the mayor of the town, or I know who is the head of the education board, the school board. So it's a place where if we have quality information that actually, as Corey points out, and Johanna too, gets to people where they can receive it, then that is a block to that blob of misinformation and polarization that we can stop in the local level. We can protect democracy at the local level in a way that we can't right now at the national level.
Well, the army is not going to come in and stop misinformation, and I'm afraid that nor is any other part of the government. And unfortunately, well, I don't know how you want to say unfortunately or fortunately, but it is just it's actually going to be an individual act. You yourself are going to have to, and very much should have, your trusted sources, of course, but just verify everything that you see online. If you don't recognize, somebody sends you a link to a purported news article, there are these companies that are creating what looks like hyper-local news organizations that just aren't, because they know people think that they're credible. And so you have to kind of analyze every little atom of information on its own terms. And what I do is go through a checklist. To what extent can I get a sense that this writer or this outlet has an obligation to the truth, has a loyalty to citizens, is independent from what it's covering, and really important, uses a discipline of verification. And just double check when you hear something. If you have emotional reaction to this piece of content you saw, jump off that page. It's called lateral reading or triangulating coverage. Do some basic web searches and see who else that I trust has written about this. And obviously just don't take anything at face value, and make sure that you're not passing along anything without vetting it yourself.
I think the last piece I will want to add to that in terms of misinformation and disinformation, it goes a little for those who are producing news or those who are being information brokers in different communities. One of the conversations we're having currently, for example, is what is the consequence of the information you're sharing and who is your audience? So I think knowing your audience very deeply to know, is this the information that is needed right now? Is this the information in the way I'm portraying in the way that is needed? So for example, we're having lots of conversations around immigration right now. And in the communities, we're thinking, what is noise? What is trying to look for clicks? What is trying to increase fear among our communities? And is that the information, even if it is factual, that it needs to go right now? Or is there a different way that we need to say this message? What is the actual message that communities need? So I think there is also another step when it comes to misinformation and disinformation. And when we're talking about this model about trying to get clicks, trying to get revenue, there is a piece there that needs to be think about that goes beyond misinformation and disinformation, and is what is your audience needing right now, and what is the point of your information right now?
And so we've talked a little bit about, I'm going to keep with misinformation and disinformation for just a moment, and just to kind of bracket for those who are not in communication studies, usually we use the term misinformation to refer to information that is unintentionally shared that is incorrect. And disinformation is when information is shared as part of a larger campaign that is meant to spread misinformation, usually by actors who have some kind of nefarious purposes in mind, sometimes in direct efforts to undermine democratic knowledge and decision making. So just to kind of be clear about that, I was starting to think that, oh, we're sort of using some terms that may need some sorting out. And when we're talking about disinformation, I wanted to ask what you all have been thinking. We've talked a lot about journalists, obviously, because that's our main entity that we work with. What about the other stakeholders? What about what's happening with Facebook and Meta, Twitter, Google? Do you have any comments about the role that these stakeholders and these platforms are playing in how news stories are being distributed or not? What role do these entities have, or should they have?
I appreciate how that question is with 2 minutes left of time, because
let's solve this problem.
I think part of, and maybe it's a complete circle that we had gone through this conversation. I think part of the remarks I was doing when we started this conversation was around government and media, and how I have seen governments collapse and how media has been used to actually accomplish that and oppress people throughout the globe. And I think we're seeing some of that right now. We're seeing some of those social media channels having very clear algorithms that are trying to push misinformation and disinformation, and misinformation, especially in a very intentional way. So I think there has to be a lot of conversations in community around how are we handling the information that is being pushed to us by algorithms that we don't see and we don't understand.
Yes, thank you. Laura, Corey, we do only have a few minutes left. You could speak to this issue, or you could talk about the issue of, I know that you both as people who really look to the resilience of institutions and people. So what would you like to say about these issues in some final moments? Laura?
I think it's an opportunity to teach.
Or Corey, go ahead.
I think it's an opportunity to teach media literacy, or what also you hear talked about as media fluency. Unfortunately, it's going to get worse. It's going to be harder to tell what's real and what's not, and there are bad actors that I think are emboldened and will have increasingly cheaper and easier tech tools to make this happen. And so as individuals, we just have to make sure that we're learning how to combat that. And as educators, we have to make sure that all the time we're teaching it.
Thank you. Laura?
Well said, Corey. And I really can't add anything more to what Johanna and Corey have said about that. I think they're absolutely right. If you're watching this and you want to see the map that Corey and his students created, or you want to read more about the work that we're doing, or even the work that Johanna and Press Forward is doing, you can go to collabnews.co, COLAB news.co is in Colorado, and you can find those reliable news sources, whether they're legacy or the person Corey's students found who goes door to door delivering like a town crier, which I love. So thank you, Lynn, for this opportunity to have the conversation.
Thank you. And before I turn things over, I do want to just mention that Laura is currently serving as Woolsey Professor at the University of Denver. We're very happy to have her with us for the rest of this academic year. And she will be giving a lecture that draws on many of these topics and extends them, and is actually going to lead to a much more interactive conversation. So if you're interested in this area, please look onto the College of Arts, Humanities, and Social Sciences website. The lecture will take place on Thursday, February 13th at 6 p.m. on the University of Denver campus at Sturm Hall, and there also will be opportunities for streaming. And I believe Corey's also in that, now that I think about that. So it will be an opportunity for us to get together and to continue this conversation. So again, thank you to those who are on the panel, and thanks very much for watching this session on media and democracy.
Fritz, I loved that whole conversation. That was really great.
Yeah, well, it's an important conversation. They started by talking about the challenges of local news, not just in Colorado, indeed, a national phenomenon, long decline of local newspapers, in particular, especially in small towns, rural communities, where that's really has historically been the source of news. And so, like all the conversations, but it seems like all the conversations we've had, or pretty much all of them, had at one point or another touched on the importance of media and information. And that's super important if we're to have, vibrant democracy at the local level. So it's really important conversation. Also, I should say, one of the things I loved about that panel is demonstrating some of the innovations happening here in Colorado, and all of the panelists are involved in that in different ways. I think in some ways we're kind of a model for many people in the rest of the country, trying to think creatively about how to fill the gap. I should give a shout out to one of our donors, the Gates Family Foundation, which not only is supporting the Denver Democracy Summit, but also supports a lot of that work here in Colorado, which is really important.
That's essential. I'm so glad that they're investing in that. When I think about the innovations too, I didn't realize how different some of these new nonprofit news outlets were in how they're approaching serving communities' information needs. I mean, it's not journalism from nowhere. It's not eat your spinach, here are the facts you should know about the world or your state this week. It's, all right, well, what do you want to know as a community? What questions can we answer for you? And it's reaching people in Facebook groups, on WhatsApp, over text. That's great. I mean, if someone's not tuning into the New York Times,
it's necessary. I mean, I think we're really at an experimental stage, trying to understand how do we replace the old business model with something that, in partnership with social media, in innovative ways, how do we provide that public information that is so vital to local democracy?
And I mean, that's happening clearly in Colorado. And then there are these connections through efforts like Press Forward, which has local chapters and has chapters in Colorado, but also has chapters of funders across the country who are investing in local news and journalism. And we'll get to talk more about philanthropy and democracy and the innovations that funders are investing in on this next panel. We have an excellent moderator, Landon Mascarenhas, who leads the Korbel School's democracy programming, among many other efforts around democracy and education in the state of Colorado. So we'll pass it over to Landon now to kick off this panel on philanthropy, innovation, and democracy.
Thanks, Gabe and Fritz. What an incredible 2 days. My name is Dr. Landon Mascarenhas, and I've had the honor of leading the planning for this event over the past 6 months. Thanks to everyone on the team who has made this possible, our moderators, our panelists, and everyone who's watching from all around the world. I'm thrilled to moderate our last panel of our last day. So let's begin by taking stock of our conversation over the past 2 days as we enter. For our last panel, we want to look ahead toward the future and to what comes next in building a stronger democracy by hearing from innovators leading the charge, both national thought leaders and local leaders and practitioners, to showcase how the future of democracy requires philanthropy, innovators, and leaders to come together in new ways. We have an incredible closing panel that includes Stephen Hines, CEO of the Rockefeller Brothers Fund, co-author of the groundbreaking report, Our Common Purpose, and recently, Logic for the Future. Lee Drutman, Senior Fellow on Political Reform with New America and author of one of my favorite books, Breaking the Two-Party Doom Loop. Marcy Hutchinson, School Board President in Mesa, Arizona, who along with her partners at the National Civic League have redesigned how her board works with her community directly. And from my background in education, this is an existential issue with major implications for the front line of democracy. Stephen, let's begin with you. You've co-authored many things over the course of your incredible career, but let's dig into the Our Common Purpose report. Tell us about its report, its goals, its intentions, and where it stands in 2025 moving forward.
Thanks very much, Landon, and thank you for including me in this conference and on this panel. I'm delighted to be with Lee and Marcy and to have this conversation. The Our Common Purpose report was issued in June of 2020 by the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, which was founded in 1780 by John Adams. The Academy put together a national commission to examine the health of American democracy in 2018. And I was privileged to be one of 3 co-chairs of a very diverse commission in every dimension of that word, geographic, gender and race and ethnicity, but also kind of ideological perspective. And there were practitioners and scholars. And so it was quite an interesting project. We spent 2 years gathering data, examining the literature, but most importantly, we held 50 listening sessions around the country just to get input from Americans about how they were feeling about their role in our democracy. And the report, Our Common Purpose, laid out 31 very specific recommendations for things that need to happen to kind of reinvent American constitutional democracy for the challenges of the 21st century. But I think one of the key things about this report is that many of the recommendations were, of course, about structural reforms, and those are absolutely essential. But in this report, we also emphasize the importance of culture, of reviving a spirit of civic culture in this country that is the heart and soul of democracy. And I think that was highly unusual. We are continuing to work on this. The American Academy has committed to follow-up work on this until the 250th anniversary of our founding in 2026. And we now have something like 90 champion organizations around the country who are literally working every day to advance these recommendations at the state and local level, and in some cases, where possible, at the national level. I also want to say that the Academy continues to be a place for thought leadership about these issues, and Lee Drutman, who we're going to hear from in a minute, has served on 2 of the working groups that have really developed some of the recommendations in this report. So, I think it's been an extraordinarily important project. I think we've made some progress, but we obviously face a lot of challenges and headwinds.
Stephen, just a quick follow-up on that. Tell us about how the 2024 election, does it change your mind or reinforce your beliefs around the need for structural reform?
It reinforces my conviction that we absolutely need structural reforms, but it also leads me to think that the structural reforms may be even less likely now in 2025 than they were in 2020 when we issued the report at the national level. And I think one of the things we will get into, I hope, in this conversation is the opportunity for progress at the local and state level, despite the fact that progress at the national level may be more difficult to achieve.
Great. That's and that's kind of one of the key tensions and explorations we want to have in this panel. Lee, let's go to you. You recently published a provocative piece in the New York Times filled with what I might say is awesome graphics and interactive kind of charts around what does it mean to move toward proportional representation, uncapping the House, and moving more towards a multi-party democracy. Tell us why you think this matters now, where the levers for change are, as kind of from Stephen was kind of intimating around national and local change, and what gives you hope that something so bold can happen where we're at in 2025?
Well, the problem that we're facing right now is what I've called for years the two-party doom loop, which is this escalating hyper-partisan binary that puts everybody into two camps and then sets them against each other for narrow control of government. So, we just had an election, and a very nasty election it was. Just the level of vitriol and anger in this election, and now half of the country feels demoralized, and half of the country, feels jubilant. This happens time and again, and but the challenge is that we keep pitting half of the country against the other half every election and ramping up the dehumanization, the rhetoric, the anger. And this is a much more diverse country. And so what proportional representation means is that we don't have to have this same zero-sum fight every single election. The coalitions can change. People can support different parties. People can join different parties. People can feel better represented. So many people feel unrepresented by the existing two parties. So many people say they want more choices. 90% of Americans say the political system is broken, and yet 95% of incumbents got reelected. So something is not adding up there. So, I mean, Stephen's right. Things in Washington are unlikely to change in the next 2 years or even 4 years, but there is some real opportunity for state level reforms. The states have always led in the U.S. in terms of democracy innovations, and I think they will continue to lead. There are a lot of states with great reform traditions, and this is the great American spirit of laboratories of democracy. And what gives me hope? I think the fact that we are having this conversation, and there are many parallel conversations that are happening as people say, we've got to do something different. We're America. We're a can-do country. We don't have to accept this default operating system of single winner plurality elections it's not in the Constitution. It was never a conscious choice. And we can innovate, we can do better. And I think we're at a moment in which it's become increasingly clear what the problem is. And I think we are moving to that second stage in which we agree on solutions, and then we make it happen. That's the history of this country, is that when democracy starts to decline, we have this collective energy that we rebuild it. And I see so many wonderful and energized people in the work that I do that it really does give me tremendous hope and optimism.
One thing that I think is so original about your work, Lee, and one thing I find to be really intellectually interesting, is that you kind of are pretty unabashed about your push toward a more of a multi-party politics, which, as you mentioned, commands a lot of support in polling. But how do you think about this kind of running through the current duopoly, as you call it? Where should we expect pushback, and how can we or innovators move around it or within it to create that change?
Well, I think that electoral system change is always hard because you have those who are in current positions of power might not want to change the system that put them in those positions of power. On the other hand, I think those positions of power are increasingly tenuous and increasingly difficult. The head of the Democratic National Committee has been described as the worst job in American politics. It's really hard to lead right now. And I think there are a lot of good people who go into politics for good reasons and then get really frustrated with their inability to enact the positive change that they set out to enact, who I think are actually quite open to system change when you sit down and have a conversation with them. It's just that often they are so focused on the day-to-day politics that they don't get a chance to step back. But I've co-founded an organization called Fix Our House to advocate for proportional representation. So I've had the opportunity to have conversations with a number of members of Congress about reform. And granted, it's a select group that I've been willing to have this conversation, but when we do have this conversation, there's a real openness and willingness to think about reform. And I think especially when I hear from staff who say, "Oh yeah, my boss is really interested in structural reform because my boss understands that we can't keep doing the same thing over and over again."
Marcy, let's come to you now. Last but not least in our triad here, because you're working on the front lines of democracy. You're a leader and practitioner, you're the president of the Mesa School Board in Arizona, and you've worked with one of our summit partners, the National Civic League, to reimagine and redesign how your school board works with its community and citizens. And, we're talking here about structural reform, but the reality is that most American citizens, the place where they interact with their democracy is usually through their education system. And the efficaciousness of our education system, the way it listens, the way it learns to the communities it serves. I mean, that's how most people experience democracy. Tell us about what you've been doing and tell us through kind of how the innovation's happening and what you're learning.
Well, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to be here, and I'm happy to share what we're doing on the front lines. The Mesa Public Schools is the largest school district in the state of Arizona. And as a result, we get a lot of attention. What happens in Mesa then can impact others. And what we were noticing very clearly a little bit before COVID, but particularly after COVID, was a lack of civility, bad behavior, attacks on staff, board members, students even, a real lack of decorum, misinformation. Oh man, lots of misinformation. And frankly, a fear of safety at public meetings. This is something that has been happening in school boards throughout the country. Truly, these disturbing public meetings were driving the public away. It demoralized the board members and staff, and a trusted reputation of a school district like mine was really being damaged. And frankly, having been a history teacher for 31 years in my past life, I saw democracy in peril. Our reflections with our partnership with the National Civic League led us to reestablish our goals. We had errors. We were making forced and unforced errors, but how could we do a reboot? What could be our reset? What could now be our focus? And what we decided was that our meetings needed to be more informative. They needed absolutely to be more participatory. If they were, they'd be more productive. hopefully more civil, and in a multi-ethnic community like mine in Mesa, Arizona, much more inclusive. So we instituted a number of changes, and we changed things in our meetings. For example, all agenda items now the public is allowed to comment on. That allows for dialogue between the elected officials and the public. Public comment is in the beginning of the meeting so that the board can hear the comments of the public before the meeting and think about them as they're deliberating the meeting. Unfortunately, we did have to institute a weapons detection system, and we have a clear bag policy, simply because we had children who were fearful of coming to our meetings. In the community, we did a number of things. One was to take it to the streets, meet people where they are. And we instituted a Here to Listen program where board members were out in the community at a community event. Like we have lovely weather in March in Mesa, and we have an I Love Mesa Day. And there's 4,000 to 5,000 families that come out, and to have board members just casually talking with people, getting their ideas, taking their suggestions back to administration was very, very, very helpful. One of the things that we were not doing was using technology, 21st century technology. Let's use a QR code. Let's have an issue of the month. Let's take it to parent meetings, PTO meetings, student advisory group meetings. Take an issue, hear from them, take that information back to the elected officials as well as the administration so that we were making more informed decisions. But I think one of the most important things that we did, and I want to piggyback on what Stephen said about civic culture and what Lee said about collective energy so that we can rebuild our democracy. My bet is with students. My bet is with young people. And we totally stole a program from the city of Mesa called Hacktivate. And we stole it during the National League of Cities, the National Civic League's All America City program. And what we understood was that students are stakeholders. Why aren't we posing them the questions, posing the issues to them? We provide research, experts, data, and then let them use their real life skills. The skills that we teach them every day, have them apply those skills, collaboratively prepare solutions, and prepare those solutions, presenting them to the school board. It allows students to have voice, but more importantly, influence and impact. As one of our principals said, the solution is in the room. And what we now in Mesa do is we say, if we got a problem, we're going to Hacktivate it. So I'm anxious to talk more about how we're turning Hacktivate from an event to a process, and how we used our information and our reflection, our process with the National Civic League in our brand new superintendent search.
Oh man, that's wonderful. You're co-creating the solutions with your key stakeholder students to help them actually have a handle on the way they build up our democracy from the ground up. How exciting is that? Stephen, let's go back to you. And I want to kind of ask I want to come back to you all with the questions around leadership. You know, you are all three really important leaders in various different sectors in our democracy. And you're all posing real big, innovative ways of solving these issues. You know, let's start with you, Stephen. How do you in philanthropy make this happen? You're proposing bold ideas. I'm sure a lot of people think you're starry-eyed sometimes. And, you know, how do you kind of make sense of that as a leader? And then we'll go to you, Lee, and then back to Marcy.
Well, you know, as a philanthropic leader, you know, generally what we're trying to do is to find the agents of change, like the story Marcy just told, and then help support them with financial and intellectual resources. And I think that's what philanthropy is really designed to do. You know, in a democracy, the role of civil society is not a luxury, it is an essential dimension. And civil society is funded largely through donations and contributions, and organized philanthropy, like the Rockefeller Brothers Fund, is a central player in the economy of civil society. So that is generally our role. But I also think we have to stand up for the values and principles of our democracy and be willing to lead in our reputational work, in our voice, and in our leadership overall. Because all of the issues philanthropy may care about, whether it's education reform, as you've been discussing, or even the arts, or climate change, or whatever it may be, we are not going to solve these major 21st century problems unless we have an effectively functioning democracy in which our citizens feel they have agency. And that's absolutely essential.
Appreciate that, Stephen. Let's ask Lee this leadership question. Lee, you and I both know the democracy reform field has lots of different opinions about where it could go. You've been critical about ranked choice and open primaries. In full disclosure, I worked on our campaign here in Colorado. It was rejected in 6 states, approved in DC, and barely defended in Alaska. Talk about the role of leadership in a fractured movement with different visions around where to go, and how do you think about that and pull a vision forward for where a movement might end up?
Well, it's a big country, and there are lots of spaces for experimentation, and we don't know the right path. But I mean, one thing that I've tried to do as an academic and a scholar is really look closely at the research. And there's a lot of research on primaries and what different types of primaries do. There's been a lot of research on ranked choice voting. And looking at all that research, I said, I just don't see how either of these reforms are really going to make much of a difference. And the other thing that has become increasingly important to me as I think about the role of collective action and the role of civic society is the role of political intermediary organizations and among those political parties as the central engines of modern representative democracy, the central institutions. And one challenge in this space of there's, on the one hand, we should let 1,000 flowers bloom, and there are lots of different ideas. On the other hand, political science is a mature field, and we know a lot about what makes democracy healthy and what makes democracy unhealthy. And so I think there's a role for scholars and academics who study democracy to say, based on the best evidence, here's what we think is most likely to succeed, and also to really understand the nature of the problem that we're facing. And 8 years ago, when I first learned about ranked choice voting and began studying, I said, "Oh, this seems like a could be a pretty good idea." And I think our politics has gotten much worse since then. The challenge has gotten much worse, and we've seen more evidence. And I think what we need at this moment is something much more transformative and something that really, builds up more and better parties, really rebuilds civic institutions and intermediary organizations. I really think we have to take this crisis of social isolation and loneliness seriously as well, and think about the way that people can get organized into politics, and that's something that more parties and better parties can do, I think.
Great, I appreciate that. And it's a really important perspective, is that how do we kind of think through the implications of what a professor of mine used to always say, what's the real work at the center? What's the real deeper adaptive things that we have to address here? And I really hear you saying that there's something around our civil society, the loneliness, the way that we hear each other, the way that we work together, that's something deeper in the root that we have to figure out. And so that's an important leadership question, I think, for you, Marcy. That same professor used to always tell me that people aren't afraid of change, they're actually afraid of loss. And you're proposing a pretty big way of changing the way folks interact with the school system. And I've been on the front lines of that change, and I know it can be pretty intense. How do you navigate that and think through calling people toward a better future while allaying their fear of loss?
I think that is the question, and I think that's one that every leader has to deal with. However, we are dealing with that in an era of change. My city is 530,000 people. Our school district serves 58,000 kids. We have 8,000 employees. How do I assure that as Stephen said, people feel they have agency? And I think that's the key. The key is agency. And again, I think our project with National Civic League has really had us focus that we have to be inclusive. So when we have Hacktivate, every high school has a team. And it's just not the student council kids. It's the kids who are activists. It's the kids who volunteer to be advisors. It's the kids who are truly, who speak up and maybe aren't interested in politics, but are desperately interested in what's going on at their school. It's informative, research, data-based, experts. We want students to speak in an informed voice so that when they inform, they have even greater influence. Participatory. How can people participate? These kids have the skills in problem solving, critical thinking, analyzing data, interpreting it, applying it. This is what we do. It's part of our portrait of a graduate. Allowing them the ability to solve real issues in our district that impact them the most. We exist for them.
Right.
The most important reason we exist is because we want to improve what they can learn and what they can do. So by having students in the room, it actually makes the process more civil. If you can imagine, put kids in the room and adults behave themselves. What a concept, right? So I think as a leader, if you're focused on those things and the way to make sure that people have agency, being informative, being participatory, being inclusive, being civil, I think you open the door for people to embrace change, and they become part of it and they own it. What they're afraid of is it being imposed.
Right. And I hear what you're saying is that a big part of the issue here is if you can give people agency in the design of what comes next, in the way that they participate in it, we're going to be addressing some of those civil society and social isolation and kind of intermediary issues that Lee and Stephen were talking about alongside you. And that's why we wanted to really get the three of you together because, as you can see, this stitching together of what it might be to innovate for a better and future democracy is right here in kind of some of these discussions. And so in our final time here, I really would love to hear what gives you optimism as we enter 2025? This has been a tough week for a lot of people, a great week for some others in our country. And so we want to close with some optimism. And I'd love to start with you, Marcy, and we can work backwards. Then we'll go to Lee and then Stephen. What gives you optimism about where we might move forward in our democracy? And let's leave our two-day event with some charges from you all about where we go next.
My optimism lies with students. I could feel very down as well, but when I see what kids can do and the passion that they have to improve their situation and others, as I mentioned, we're going to take Hacktivate from an event that we do once every semester to a process. We're going to now involve adults, the parent advisory councils, have the kids lead the Hacktivate process on issues like cell phone use and campus safety. I really think by having students lead the way, we show them that they can have an impact. They're not apathetic about the democratic process. And that's my hope for the future.
I love it. practicing democracy with the future guardians of it.
You got it.
Lee, what gives you hope?
Well, I will plus one to Marcy's hope in the next generation, and I do think that's exactly right. There's about to be a generational turning in our politics, and I think it can't happen fast enough. A lot of the issues that we're fighting now are really the culture war issues of an older generation, and I think a younger generation is ready to find new solutions and new systems and new ways of solving problems. And optimism is the superpower of humanity. I mean, we constantly are setting ourselves up with these giant goals, like our common purpose. Like what an optimistic stake to plant in the ground to say here are 31 bold reforms, and we keep doing this over and over again. Especially the optimism of youth. I mean, there's just incredible energy that I think we can channel. And the other thing that gives me optimism is that we've done this before in our history. We've gone through these cycles every 60 years or so, where we really rebuild our democracy. The progressive era, many things that people said couldn't possibly happen at the last Gilded Age. Now, we're at the next Gilded Age. People said women's suffrage, that's a crazy idea. And then that happened. Civil rights in the 1960s. If you looked from 1955 and you said, are we really going to have the Voting Rights Acts of 64 and 65? People would have said, you're crazy. Nothing will ever change. But it was that optimism of people who engaged in the hard work of social movements and organizing. And I just meet so many people and have so many conversations with people who are willing to do the work and believe that things can change. People, the rumors of the death of democracy have been much overstated. I think there's a rebirth.
Well, and if history doesn't repeat but rhyme, we might be well to remember the tunes of the past because it actually could help us sing the ones of the future, right? And so thanks for reminding us about some of the great challenges our ancestors and our forebears have gone through. Stephen, let's come to you. What gives you optimism?
Well, I think the three of us are singing pretty much in harmony, actually. I find optimism in the fact that in this country, there is a robust, smart, and effective community of democracy defenders and democracy reformers. And they're doing extraordinary work at the community level, at the state level, and even at the national level. And that to me is going to be, along with the youth, the source of the change we need. And Lee is right about our history and having come through very difficult and dark days in our past, and finding ways to improve our democracy based on the challenges of our experience. And I always like to remind myself, and maybe this audience, of one of the things that de Tocqueville wrote about in the 1840s. He said, the genius of America lies not in being more enlightened than any other nation, but rather in her ability to repair her faults. And I think that is absolutely true, and that's what keeps me going.
I love that. When that's a really stirring message to end on, Stephen. I thank you for it. When I've done a lot of community facilitation, people always fear the rupture. They have a lot of fear of the rupture, but we have to remind ourselves that the rupture is almost the point. It's where we actually learn the lesson. It's where we heal and where we grow. And I cannot say thank you enough to the three of you. Each of you in your own way are lighting a path forward for the future of our democracy, innovating, taking the hits to bring about that turning Leah's talking about in different ways, in different sectors. And so thank you for all the incredible work you've done every day. And I guess the last thing I'd ask is, let's get you to Colorado next time and have this conversation in person. I can't guarantee the sunshine, but 95% I think I can guarantee it.
Love that optimism.
Yeah, exactly. Sunshine and optimism coming from Colorado. Thanks everybody for the incredible work that you do, the powerful, inspiring note for us to end on, your leadership and vision as we enter this brave new world of 2025. I'm grateful for folks like you to make the case for change at every level of our society, at the forefront in our communities. And with that, I'll turn it back over to our incredible MCs, Fritz and Gabe.
We love the Colorado optimism. That panel left me feeling pretty good. In particular, what Marcy from Mesa, Arizona was saying around agency, like building students' sense of agency and ownership over their school district, over their curriculum. I I just keep coming back to this is all about how democracy feels to people on the ground. I mean, do you feel like you're being listened to? Do you feel like you have influence over your elected officials? Do you think you know them? And do you want to participate because you feel included in the process? And to me, what Lee's talking about around proportional representation, innovations around our electoral systems, that's a really promising way to not just make government more representative of all people in this country, but also to strengthen the political parties, maybe have some new political parties that can further that representation, all the way up to, Stephen's comments around this relationship between civic culture and our institutions. Like those are both important sides of this to work on, to fix, to think about. But we have covered a lot of ground, both today and yesterday.
So we have.
We sure have. Fritz, what stood out to you across these past couple of days?
Well, we have covered a lot of ground,
Yeah.
so tremendous amount for me. I've learned a lot and given me a lot to think about. Um, there. I want to I want to end and come back to the point you were just making, because I do feel like today we had a lot of optimism. There are a lot of things to be optimistic about. That said, it's a formidable challenge. I mean, I think recurring theme is that the democracy is fragile. I mean, in the long sweep of history, democracies are the outliers. They're not the norm. And I couldn't help but think of Lincoln's words at Gettysburg. The question of whether this nation or any nation so conceived will long endure. And we're not in a civil war, thank God. But we are at a moment certainly of crisis. There were a number of themes we've talked about and noted along the way. I think that were kind of through lines through the conversation. One is about the information ecosystem, and just about every discussion touched on that in one way or another. The challenge that we have of informing publics, of coming to shared facts, of avoiding disinformation, all of that, central to a healthy democracy. It's a huge issue. I think another theme was the way in which what happens here matters for the world, and what happens in the world outside the United States matters here. So we're somehow all connected in ways. The world does pay attention to what happens in the United States. We talked a little bit today about soft power. That's a huge element of our foreign policy. And we talked yesterday quite a bit about the ways in which in other places in the world, things are not going well. And in some cases, there's an active effort to undermine democracy that's coming from outside. So that connectedness. Another thing that just has to be said is we are holding this conversation the week that a new president, a returning president, was inaugurated. And it's hard to, whatever else one thinks of the president, it certainly is a contentious moment. I think Landon just summarized, some people are depressed, some people exuberant, but we are a very divided country right now, and there's a lot of uncertainty about what is going to happen, and frankly, I think a lot of concern about the health of our democracy. I think that's the thing we kind of have to name. That said, it can be so daunting, and I hope people
Yep,
don't
yep.
leave with that because, gosh, there were a lot of good things we heard today. Of course, hearing from the rising leaders, their optimism, their energy is terrific. Hearing about the media innovations in Colorado, the last panel that we heard about, listen, we don't have to keep doing things the same way. The conversation about how we bridge divides and how we talk to each other and the efforts going on. So the thing that gives me real optimism is we said a lot in this last panel that we when we name a problem and put our minds to it, a lot of good people go to work on it. And I remain optimistic that we will find a way. It won't happen automatically. It's going to take a lot of work, but we can do this. We've faced great challenges before, including a civil war, and we've overcome those challenges. And I do think there's, the thing that gives me hope, today, is hearing from often younger people, people who are engaged at all levels, locally, at the national level, even at the international level, trying to figure out how do we make democracy work. And I leave feeling a little more energized and positive probably than I began, which I didn't know would happen.
That's what we want. That's certainly what we want.
Yeah.
I share that. I share that sense of optimism. There were, bright green shoots coming out of the ground
Nice.
on many of these panels. There are exciting developments. There's exciting innovation happening. So yeah, I mean, my parting note here is there's hard work ahead, but there are smart, capable, courageous people who care deeply about our democracy and who are working to make it better.
Yeah, well said. And Gabe, look, let me just thank you for your role. I've certainly enjoyed today having a chance to interact a good bit more. I'm sorry that Lilia couldn't join us, but thank you so much for the great work in stitching together this series of conversations that we've had over 2 days. We really appreciate it, and it's been a real pleasure working with you.
It's been a joy for me too, both yesterday with Lilia as, peanut butter and jelly, and today with you as salt and pepper.
Thank you. And let me just close with a few words of thanks to others who've made this whole thing possible. Thanks in particular to the team here at the Korbel School, particularly to Landon Mascareñas, who just moderated the last panel, to Sage Brewer, and all of the staff who've worked hard to put this together. There's a lot of work behind the scenes. To our technical team at Torch Media, thanks, guys. Great job. Again, to our donors and our partners, we couldn't do this without you. And also to my colleagues here who moderated the panels so ably. It was great to have you be part of it, and you added so much to the program. And thanks lastly to all of you who listened and joined us. We had over 1,000 people registered for the program. I don't know how many at any given time we're on. Some obviously people come on and off, but that so many of you took the time to register to listen in to at least parts of what we're going on. And I think that speaks volumes about why we should be optimistic. There are so many people who are concerned, yes, but also engaged. Yes, democracy is a fragile thing and not to be taken for granted. Yes, democracy is not a spectator sport, but let me thank all of you for your engagement in this conversation. And I'll leave you on this. Let's all get to work. We got work to do, and we can do this. Thank you all for being a part.